Ezio Auditor. Brave of you to stand alone against me, but also quite foolish. Assassin.
Hello and welcome to another stream of Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Hey there Mauler, how's it going? Hey Tall, how's things going? He is, yes, the one, the only Italian assassin that we got to play as in the series, Ezio Auditore. It's going well, Tall. Yeah, things are going great. I had a good rest after my stream of Tomb Raider, Rise of the Tomb Raider, and I've been having a good morning. Went and got some supplies and just set things up ahead of my Assassin's Creed Revelations playthrough, because I'll be doing that next, and I wanted to make sure I had the About Me image for Saturday and Sunday for that game sorted up. But it's going really well, thanks Tall. And hey there Ryu, I hope things are going well. All are going well, my man. How's the land down under? Still under down. We're still under the down. That is for sure. But it's been a great day though. It's been a really good Saturday. Things have been going great. Glad to hear that you've been going well. Mauler, that's awesome, dude. And you're going well also, Ryu? Excellent. That's great to hear. What I want to do is put in a message and then just pin it up. Alright, so... I like that. It didn't recognize my command because I put in something that I've started to want to do, / and that, but it was like, it thought I wanted to put in a command. There we go. So I'll pin that message to the top. So yeah, once I've finished the Ezio trilogy playthroughs, I'm going to do a playthrough of the Chronicles trilogy. And then that should time up nicely to then begin my annual series of Assassin's Creed by that point. My 6-year-old couldn't sleep, so I told her that there are cows sleeping in the field. She asked me what that had to do with anything. I told her, because it's past your bedtime. That's really, really cool. That's an excellent one. I love it. Okay, so if we have a look at our DNA tracker, we are actually in sequence 6 now, and we're having to deal with the Baron. Alright, so I think what I'll do is just jump straight into the story. For now, anyway. I will be doing more of the tombs, but the next set that I want to do are not available yet, and I need to save up money. That's right, that's what I forgot to do after the last stream of this, was to actually grind to get Ezio's money up, but that won't really be a problem, because we've got the economy system at work. Speaking of which, I'm going to go over here and renovate this bank. Cool, you finished Crash Bandicoot 4. It's about time today. Really fun game and series. Oh, that's cool. That's good that you enjoyed it. And it seems like it's as good as the other 3 were, and that you enjoyed those too. Okay, I want to actually segue and... Segue. I'm always using that word. I don't mean segue. What's the word I'm looking for? I'm gonna go off on a tangent. That's it. I'm gonna go off on a tangent and have a look at the next possible aqueduct piece that we can actually upgrade. So for my annual series run this year, I've been thinking of making some of the playthroughs challenge ones as well. Assassin's Creed 1, instead of playing the PC version, I want to play the Xbox 360 version again, and in that playthrough I'll be getting all the flags, because the community challenge that I posted at the start of this month reached its goal really early, which was good, so that's locked in. So I'll be collecting all the flags in Assassin's Creed 1. Aside from that, I'll actually be playing the game without a HUD. I'll be curious to see how it is with that, because the controller and the controls on the PC with my controller, there was just something off about the way that Altair controlled, and it was bugging me the last time I played the PC version. So when I played the Xbox 360 version again after many years to celebrate its 15th anniversary last year, I was like, this feels much better to control. So for my own personal enjoyment of controlling Altair, I'd rather stick with the Xbox 360 version for that. Not saying I'll never play the PC version ever again, but I'm just not motivated to play that version. I'll just replay the Xbox 360 version again, because it still works, and you know, it's all the content's in there, because that was back when there was no DLC content for any games yet in the series. So hey there, Matthew, welcome. I hope things are going well. We're just going to have a look and see if we can fix this next piece of the aqueduct, or the aqueducky, as Hugo says in A Plague Tale: Innocence. The Colosseum. Centuries later, Desmond will be in this location. It's so funny, you know, like, when Sean, Rebecca, and Lucy and Desmond actually turn up at the Colosseum, because we haven't seen any scenes, they don't show us. I wonder how they managed to actually get onto the site without being detected. I mean, I know they're assassins and all, obviously, but it's not like there's just one assassin, there's a few of them. Plus, Abstergo could probably easily find them as well. And there's no one is guarding it. Like, we don't see any guards knocked out on the ground or anything like that, you know. We don't need to. Like, I'm not saying that, oh my god, the game sucks because we don't see it, but the thing about it is, it makes me wonder. Because I'm sure in real life, you can't just walk up and go, oh yeah, I'm just going to go in and have a look at the Colosseum, just run up on the top of the thing and climb it, and I'm sure someone would have something to say about that if you were to try. We're like, Cazzo! Get off there! No, just kidding. But it is cool when you think about the fact that you have Desmond experiencing the memories of Altair going to these locations. Now, I don't think Desmond has ever gone to Italy before the events of Assassin's Creed 1, so he's essentially just lived in America. He hasn't gone outside of the country to visit, at least not places that are really far away from America, or maybe, you know, places that are close to America, but it'll take more than an hour or two to actually get there. Maybe he has, but who knows. But anyway, I don't know how far Italy is from America, but the point I'm trying to make is that if Desmond hasn't visited any of these locations before, but he's experienced memories of Ezio visiting them, then how surreal would that feel to actually turn up? Because you'd be like, I've literally seen this location through someone else's eyes 100 or more years ago. And it is more than 100 years ago, but you know what I mean. Like, how surreal would that be? I suppose the closest real world and real life example I could give that would be along the same lines, but not exactly similar, would be places you've seen in movies, and you've seen them in pictures, and you've seen them represented in video games, but you've never actually physically gone to the location before. And then when you finally do, you'd probably have a sense of a bit of deja vu. You'd be like, hang on, I know this spot, you know, I haven't been there, but I know it, you know. But imagine that 10,000 times fold, because you've actually literally experienced that location 100 years ago, when it was completely different to what it is, you know, when you're actually physically there. Hey there, Spectrum. Welcome to you. I hope things are going good.
Who goes there?
Salve to you too.
Ezio! I was expecting my wife.
Somehow that does not surprise me.
The French putane have us under pressure.
Tell me about their general, these Baron de Valois.
Cesare persuaded King Louis to lend him an entire army to defeat me. I'm flattered.
Where can I find him?
It's only a matter of time before I have Valois by the throat. We have them in retreat.
They seem to be getting closer.
The situation is under control. Close the gates! Bene, so maybe I could use a little help.
Gatekeeper. Prevent the French troops from seizing the barracks by lowering the 3 gates leading inside. Hey there, Spicy Chicken. Welcome to you. I hope things are going good.
Baron de Valois signals from the field.
Bonjour, Général d'Alviano. Êtes-vous prêt à vous rendre?
Why don't you come closer and say that?
You must learn how to speak French. It would mask your barbaric sensibilities.
Perhaps you could teach me, and I would instruct you in fighting, since you seem to do so little of it.
As amusing as this parley has been, I'd like your unconditional surrender before sunrise.
Ha! My Lady Bianca will whisper it in your ear.
I believe another lady might object to that.
Mio marito vi ammazzerà tutti!
I'll kill you for tutto francese!
Calm down, for your wife's sake. You know my terms. Enter my camp unarmed at dawn. And practice your French. Soon all of Italy will be speaking it.
I'll get you, pezzo di merda, figlio di puttana! Yeah!
Report all crime.
This is their camp?
You steal a man's wife and then go hide inside a fortress? Nothing hangs between your thighs. In fact, there is a hole there, so deep it reaches into the maledetto inferno!
What good are you two are dead? We will regroup and fight through the gates as we did at the Arsenale.
The entrance is thicker with Frenchmen than the streets of Paris.
So we will climb the battlements.
They cannot be scaled. Pantasilea would know what to do. Maybe this is the end. I enter at dawn bearing gifts, and hope that coward spares her life.
Perché non ci ho pensato prima?
What did I say?
Call your men back to the barracks. I will explain there.
You better have something good. Fall back!
Spicy chicken, you're hanging in there. Well, that's good to hear. You know, even if things aren't 100% right now, it's definitely good as much as you can to try and hang in there. So that's good that you are, Spicy chicken.
Go away. Lascia. Muove.
Spectrum, things are pretty well, and you? Oh, that's excellent, Spectrum. I'm glad to hear that. I'm doing really, really good. My Saturday's been going well. Code? Barbecue spicy chicken. Oh yeah. I'd love some of that too. That's absolutely delicious. How's it going? Code, welcome to you. Ah, nice, Mauler. If Geeky's not there listening, say hello to her for me. But if so, hello Geeky. Hope you're going well. She's off her PC for the night. That's definitely understandable.
All right, who saw the killer? Hey, no one breaks the rules on my watch.
Fine. This money! Get the bastard!
Spicy Chicken, you're looking through your Assassin's Creed cookbook and you're thinking about making the Eagle's basbousa. Ah, yes, that's right. I'd forgotten that there's actually an Assassin's Creed cookbook. So what does it, like, is there anything that you've noticed that's different? Like, if you've cooked that before, is there anything that they've added to the recipe that's a different kind of thing? It's so funny to think, though, that you'd have, like, an Assassin's Creed cookbook. Code, you just enjoyed 2 vanilla cream buns while creeping in stream or 2. Oh, nice, Code. I haven't had one of those for a very long time. That's good that you enjoyed them. Ah yes, we had the version of that music that is actually doubled up on itself. It's an amusing glitch that happens in several Assassin's Creed games. Spicy chicken, it's the ingredients of nuts and semolina that makes it different from the other cakes. Ah, well that's good. I'm glad that it wasn't just a thing where they, you know, came up with something that was the way you usually do it and then just slap Assassin's Creed on it, you know, like change the name of the meal to something like, I don't know, Ezio's lasagna or something like that. Code, you rarely get any of these buns as they seem to go quite fast from the market stall. Oh yeah, I know what that's like for sure. You know, sometimes I like to get pizza rolls that you don't have to like heat up or anything. They're already freshly made, and you buy them, and you get different flavored ones. And often I get some of those, but sometimes my favorite one, which is the margarita pizza flavor, isn't actually there. So I'm like, oh.
So, you have a plan?
Once inside, your men can overpower the camp's patrols, correct?
Yes, but...
Especially if the patrols are taken completely by surprise.
Ma certo.
Then we need to liberate several suits of French armor. At dawn, we are going to walk right in.
Ah! Ezio Auditore! You are truly a man after my own heart. Magnifico!
I will get the armor.
My troops will gather it from the dead. We will then depart from the north, so as not to arouse suspicion. And Ezio, make sure to kill them without a fight. The armor has to stay clean.
French kiss. Orchestrate the plan to fool the Baron de Valois by assassinating 20 French soldiers in the Roman ruins, allowing Bartolomeo's men to steal their armor. Spicy chicken, you were using 2 Fallout 4 music mods that played over each other and it sounded great for the first couple of seconds. Oh, did it, Spicy chicken? Yeah, that's the thing about some music. Like, it really does actually go quite well if you just loop, well, if you just layer the same exact music with a slight little difference, you know. That makes me think, it's not exactly the same, but it's something that popped into my head. Sometimes there's videos where people have taken a piece of music from a game or a movie and they've really slowed down the music, and it adds this really surreal and, depending on the music, sometimes very creepy kind of vibe with the music, but it's actually quite cool. I've actually listened to some of that a few times as well. Of course, if the song or if the music was only like 3 minutes, it gets stretched out sometimes by the people to, like, you know, an hour, but I've come across some of those and I've just done stuff while I've had it playing in the background that I didn't mind. Spicy chicken, you might be only making a few of the recipes in this book because they look pricey, but you look forward to some of them. That's good, you know, and then that way at least you know that there's a lot more that you can get out of that book and you're not getting everything out of it straight away. and you can be sort of like, okay, I'll leave this one for later. This will be good to maybe do, you know, a few months from now or something like that. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, the full synchronization is do not detected, which I don't care about in this playthrough, so we're just gonna run up and do what Sir Lancelot does in Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Strike!
Oh yeah, now we've got this music doubling up. Dun 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 dun. Boom 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 boom. I can't simulate it vocally. But you can hear it in the music. Dun, dun. It's like turn it into like a jazz version. Actually, I'm sure someone has taken music from Assassin's Creed and done like a jazz version. There's probably someone who's even done a country music version of the certain music. Like Ezio's Family. Down, 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 down. That's probably not country music style, but anyway. This is an example of the Ezio Family theme done in some kind of style. I don't exactly know what I was emulating there, but then you could probably have like the sort of like death metal version of Ezio's Family. Red. Alright, so we've killed 9 out of 20 French soldiers. Alright, now the music. Oh no. Sometimes it even triples up over on itself. Spicy Chicken, one of your favourite song mashups has to be Playdate by Melanie Martinez and Only You by The Platters. Don't think I've come across that before, but I do like the idea of song mashups. Actually, that reminds me, there was a song mashup that I was shown by my friend Saint Ravage one time, and I can't remember now for the life of me what the name of the group actually was who do it. I should actually try and figure out if I can remember. But if not, next time I'm talking to him, I'll ask him about it.
Them is too fast. Why not take off those shameful Boris Jacquard and feel like a man again? You there!
Me here?
Aura, you die! 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 Oh!
Something that would be cool to see is a demake of some of these Assassin's Creed games. For like the Super Nintendo, for example. I think that'd be cool to see. A retro Super Nintendo Assassin's Creed. So your new TV is coming on the 28th. You're not sure if you're going to start a new game until you get it. You're probably going to just grind FIFA. Ah, that's fair enough. As long as you're enjoying it, and that'll be a good way to sort of like break in your new television. So how, oh yeah, so you said the 28th, so that's good. That's getting very, very close now. Hello, is my shepherd. I'm only visiting.
I've got to get out of here!
I don't know what's going on. Shit.
Mercy!
I've got to get out of here. Shit, run. Shit, run. I cannot die. I'm beautiful. There's so many funny NPC quotes in these games. He must be late, and she must be beautiful. A real modern Romulo. Raised by wolves you were. You are relieved of your post.
Take it! Now! I'll drag you to hell with me!
Spicy Chicken is not a song mashup, but one of your best pieces you've listened to is Electro's theme from The Amazing Spider-Man 2. Haven't actually seen that movie. I saw the first one. Isn't the music in Amazing Spider-Man 2, isn't that by... Ah, shit, I can't remember the composer's name that I want to guess with.
Won't get away. Don't do this. I want to live.
So just so people who aren't aware, that's what's called a high-profile assassination. So high-profile assassinations in the Assassin's Creed games are ones that are more showy. They're actually also ones that make more noise as well. Now, same position. This is an example of a low-profile assassination. But it's not just when you're actually standing behind a character that you can do that. You can also do a high-profile assassination. Actually, that's not different, but when we get to a different context, I'll do another one. In Assassin's Creed Unity, when you do a high-profile assassination, when you're doing it around a corner, Arno will actually run out and leap at the enemy and then hit them with the hidden blade and kill them. As early as, you know, the early games in the series, if you're on a ledge and you do a high-profile assassination, the character will actually climb up and leap over the edge, like up on top, and then assassinate them. That's a high-profile assassination when standing facing them. Well, I should say when they're facing you. Spicy Chicken, you watched a video explaining how it shows his change in personality by first using acoustic, then slowly switching to electric. That kind of thing is really cool, and the great thing about that stuff is people who don't know about it don't have to actually know it. You know, because I'm like, for example, I'm one of those people that I don't know how to describe technically what I'm actually hearing. But I know that when I hear it, if it's something that I like, I don't know how to articulate exactly what it is technically about it that I like. But I might be able to say, like, I really like how aggressive this music is, or how creepy the music is, you know. Code scouting is hard, but as you can use volunteers, use catapult or trebuchet to launch them high in the air for better visibility. Yeah, sort of like have situations where they're willing to die for the greater cause. So they're like, sacrifice me, put me into that trebuchet so I can at least, you know, survey the land and actually no, that wouldn't work, because once they've surveyed the land, as they fall and die, they'd be dead, so you wouldn't be able to get the information from them. Okay, that example I was coming up with doesn't fit. A weekly bleeding of leeches can cure all ailments. Warning, this channel does not give medical advice. Assist the citizen. You gotta watch out, because the assassin recruit can actually be knocked off high ledges and then they die. Spicy chicken. Another thing is the song was the soft lyrics in the background to visualize his paranoia. Oh, cool. Soft lyrics in the background to visualize his paranoia. Yeah, that's really cool to layer in, soft lyrics, you know. And it doesn't have to be words that you can even make out. They can be just gibberish as well. But done right, it can be really effective.
The liberation of Roma has begun.
That was bravely done, Signore. Grazie. Please, show me how to beat these tyrants.
I just thought of a command that I want to put in. So what I need to do is find, because I can't remember the actual programming code for it, but I need to find a command that I've already got where I can make a certain word be changed in the sentence depending on what you actually type along with the command. I've got so many commands. It's trying to sometimes actually see in the list where it is can be hard. Aha, here we go. Alright, so if I take the command for Detroit become whatever word you put in, copy and paste that, and then add a new command, and then edit that same thing, then I can put what I want to put in. Alright, and what can I actually call it? I know. Excellent. Got the command name. Alright, so let's test this out. Yes, it worked. Okay, there we go. So a new command that I've put up is begun, and then put whatever word you want in. If you want to put in 2 or more words, you actually need to put underscores between each word without spaces. There we go. And there's also another command that I want to set up. But this one doesn't require actually a code thing. There we go. And I'll call this... shit, what can I call it? That will be easy to remember. Hang on. Alright, so now I fixed it. Not fixed it, but I came up with it. Now, let's see if I can actually remember what I put. There we go. Excellent. So that works. Spicy Chicken, I think he said something along the lines of the lyrics going from quiet whispers to sounding like a church choir. That's really cool. That kind of thing is very effective in horror music, doing that kind of thing. And the funny thing is, you could even have the recording of the vocals be like something like I am happy every day, I am happy every day, and turn it into something really warped with horror music in something, you know. It's just the way that you say it. Or you can be like, I am happy every day, and then put that in a horror movie and then alter the sound of it, you know, and that could be really creepy depending on what situation in the game or movie you're trying to do. You thought you'd bring this up a while back when you were planning your Mortal Kombat AU. You also had thought of a Double Dragon AU. Didn't work on this as much as your Mortal Kombat AU. You didn't plan to do much beyond your initial story you wrote, but who knows, maybe you'll expand upon it. Yeah, I mean, by all means, that's something that, you know, you should do if you feel like you want to actually work on more than just your Mortal Kombat alternate universe. And then that way you can layer in logic to allow both universes to actually exist in the same one. You know what I mean? If you wanted to. Spicy Chicken, another cool idea, a cool note, is how his theme was made for No Way Home. How it sounded like a steady beat of power rather than a rise up. That's really cool. Because when you have a character that was in one movie, and especially because, you know, No Way From Home is a sequel to a movie set in a universe that until that movie came out didn't have this idea that the Spider-Men from the Tobey Maguire movies and the Andrew Garfield movies were actually going to be coexisting, you know what I mean? So it's cool that they didn't just take the theme of Electro from Amazing Spider-Man and just copy and paste it and put it in, you know what I mean? And I think too, that's, come to think of it, that's my issue with the Justice League movie, the Joss asshole Whedon cut, where he basically gets the Superman theme by John Williams. And don't get me wrong, it's an amazing damn theme. But it's like me taking the Star Wars theme from Empire Strikes Back and putting it to a version of like Star Wars that's not Star Wars and just expecting people to be like, oh yeah, that sounds really cool. It wouldn't fit. You know what I mean? That's how I feel about the Superman theme that John Williams composed when it gets used in that Justice League movie. You know, it doesn't feel right. You know what I mean? So, but I've only seen that version once, and it's just one of those things where I've got no, what's the word I'm looking for? I've got no, I don't have any energy to worry anymore about whether or not a movie in a franchise is going to be great. You know, if it turns out to be shit, oh well, it turns out to be shit. You can't do anything about it, like, unless you're a fan editor and you can actually change the movie to be the way that you want it to be. Where the hell is this architect? We might be near a Borgia tower. Nope. That's damn strange. Ah, no, that's right. I remember now. This one will become available after you've done the other ones. Alright. My bad. Okay, so let's go this way. Let's see. Code, they see me hanging. Yeah, it's just hanging there for like 10 minutes. Not breaking a sweat.
That's certainly audacious.
Review granted, you have no plans for a crossover between the two. At most, it'll be like how Stallone has Rocky and Rambo, or George Lucas had Star Wars and Indiana Jones. Yeah, you know, one can reference the other, but they're not actually in the same universe, kind of thing. That makes sense. Spicy Chicken, there's rumours and such of Toby and Andrew appearing in the Spider-Verse, and with that, you feel they need to put Andrew back in his first movie costume. There's a Star Wars and Indiana Jones crossover. It was a one-off comic where Chewie and Han crash on Earth. Han dies in the crash, but Chewie lives on and becomes Bigfoot. That's right, there is two, yeah. I mean, it's not canon, but that definitely is a crossover what-if scenario kind of thing. So that kind of thing is cool when they can do that. But yeah, who knows? Maybe that rumor will be true.
Bring me a suit of that perverted armor.
You are not wearing one.
What?
It is part of the plan. You surrender to us, we are bringing you to the Baron.
Ah, yes. Then what?
Your men attack on my signal.
Bene! Go change into costume. Dawn approaches. Get into formation!
Trojan Horse. And this music's still playing. Reach the French fortress at Castra Pretoria before sunrise while leading the disguised mercenaries. Kill any French troops and at checkpoints along the way before they raise the alarm. Let's get that music so it's not looping. There we go, that's better. Spicy Chicken, you feel they need to put him back in the original costume because his and Toby's suit look almost identical, do they? Ah, yeah, definitely want to do that then. You don't want to cause, like, visual confusion.
We must follow the patrol route. We cannot deviate or the Duke's men will know something is wrong.
The Baron thinks Cesare will allow the French to rule Italy. He's so blinded by the trickle of royalty in his blood that lazy inbred can't see the battlefield. Whatever the French may think, Cesare intends to be king. More troops up ahead.
We must follow the patrol route. We cannot deviate or the Duke's men will know something is wrong.
The Baron thinks Cesare will allow the French to
We're
rule
also
Italy.
inspired by stuff like the Apocalypse trilogy and the Three Flavors Cornetto trilogy, in the sense that while they're not part of the same universe, they have common themes. That's a good idea too, as well, because it means you don't have to worry about making sure that they tie together. You can just add references to each one to the other ones. Spicy Chicken, well, there's a fan art of them done in the Spider-Verse style, and it's very hard to tell who was who. The only way to was seeing Andrew's spider symbol. Ah, okay, yeah, that was something that stood out. Yeah, they really should change that. It makes me think of Red Hood in the Gotham Knights game. His default outfit looks literally Deadpool.
More troops up ahead.
Great eye! I see him!
We must follow the patrol route. We cannot deviate or the Duke's men will know something is wrong.
The Baron thinks Cesare will allow the French to rule Italy. He's so blinded by the trickle of royalty in his blood that lazy inbred can't see the battlefield. Whatever the French may think, Cesare intends to be king.
You remind me of someone. Real slow.
Got to get away! Presto!
Alright, now that I've got that pissed off feeling out of the road. Hey there, Arthuri. Early morning, Rod. Here as well, just waking up, eating breakfast. This morning about 7:30, going training. Shoulders, it's a target training today. Oh, nice, Arthuri. That's cool. That's good to focus on different things on different days as well. I hope you're enjoying your breakfast too. Welcome to the stream. Spicy Chicken, you still dislike Red Hood's design. Everything from his white stripe of hair and him looking like a bodybuilder. Oh, so is that Red Hood from Gotham Knights, or is this Red Hood as he is currently portrayed in the comics?
Your plan is brilliant. I don't like using this kind of trick. I believe in fair fighting. May the best man win.
Cesare and the Baron seem to have a different style.
There will come a day in which men no longer cheat each other. And on that day, we will see what mankind is truly capable of.
I've heard that before.
It is something your father once wrote.
I will take care of them.
I like that. They literally didn't see Ezio, but they still knew that he was there and that he was the culprit. Spicy Chicken, Gotham Knights. They're also still making the Gotham Knights TV show, are they? Ah, okay. Yeah, I remember hearing that they were making the Gotham Knights TV show. But yeah, the way Red Hood looks, it was just like, that's Deadpool. That's not Red Hood.
Spare a florin,
No, I did not spare a florin for you. Get the fuck out of the way, NPC. I'm not in the fucking mood.
Not an idiot. Must be up to what could be more important. Stop them before they attack us.
Fine then, prick. Bullshit. Absolute bullshit. In the first place, I killed that dude. The animation for assassinating him was playing, but then he jumped on that ledge on the roof.
I don't want to die.
Yeah, well, too bad. You're gonna die one day. Ah, good. It still let us pass that part. I like that. That works out really well. It still allows us to continue on even though we desynchronized, because we managed to assassinate that last guard as we were desynchronized, which means the game recognized the checkpoint that it creates when you actually kill all three of those targets.
Que venez-vous faire ici?
Mes soldats conduisent le capitaine italien à son excellence, le baron. Il vous surround.
What part of France are you from?
Montreal!
Open the gates! You speak French?
There were a couple of French girls in Firenze.
Chien d'Italien! Regardez-le! Il a honte de ce qu'il est!
General Dalviano, it seems that you have seen the light.
Enough of your crap! Release my wife!
Such entitlement from a man born with nothing to his name.
Mine is worth its currency, unlike yours, which is counterfeit.
How dare you?
You think that commanding an army grants you nobility? Nobility comes from fighting beside your soldiers, not kidnapping a woman to cheat your way out of battle. Why don't you grow a pair and release my wife?
You savages never learn.
Ezio, you have to save my wife! Take the rooftops!
Theory, you're completing raw bench press, and yes, bodybuilding 2 at the wheelchair category. And next, you asked why wheelchair. Your legs are a congenital disease that affects your walking and leg function, so able to walk sometimes, but not always. That would be so frustrating, because I imagine, obviously, you don't know when that's going to be the case as well. Like, is there anything that happens in your body that gives you kind of like a clue that you might not be able to actually walk or is it just a random thing that it can just happen? Like you might wake up any morning and it could either be that you can, you know, walk, but other days not. But that's great, a theory that you're powering through and that you're going to the gym and keeping your body as strong as you can. And that's really commendable as well. And it's great to see that you haven't, you know, given up and just gone, oh well, I may as well do nothing. You know what I mean? So it's really something that is great to hear that you've been doing. Spicy Chicken, it just makes you love Red Hood's Arkham Knight design even more. Yeah, that was a really good look for Red Hood. And that was fun playing as him when I was doing all the Predator and combat map challenges, because being able to kill enemies is just so satisfying. And even in, you know, the DLC of his, it's just so satisfying just shooting the friggin' enemies, especially when you've only got 2 left, for example, and you don't want to use stealth, and you're just like, come at me, boom boom, dead, done. Au revoir. Overtake the Baron de Valois and assassinate him. So in this case, what we have happening here is the liberation of Penthesilea. Don't know if I've spelt that right, so I'll just go to the IMDb page for this game that I've got open up and actually see how it's spelled. Nothing like I thought it was. So in this mission, the liberation of Penthesilea has begun. Earlier I was talking about high-profile assassinations versus low-profile. Here's an example of a high-profile ledge assassination. See how Ezio actually leaped up over and then did the kill?
Merda! I've lost sight of him! You're mine! Yes, sir! Then faster! What's up with the happened?
So because he's far away from me now, I can't do a low profile ledge assassinate, but if I hold down the right trigger, I can do the high profile one, which Ezio makes more distance. And you can't do that in the new games, by the way. There's no high profile and low profile assassination versions for each assassination type. Spicy Chicken, you're wondering why they made an Arkham Knight origin comic about Jason just for it to not be canon. Yeah, that's weird when they do that kind of stuff as well. It makes you wonder why they're doing it. But it can be tricky though too, because when you're dealing with comic book stuff, especially major things like DC and Marvel, there's multiple different variations for each version of different characters within each variation of every single multiverse universe, you know. So I sometimes find it amazing how fans can actually keep track of all that stuff. It's like, imagine if there was 5 different versions of Ezio in 5 different timelines, and then they decided to add another 10 on top with 10 other different Ezios with 10 other different timelines. and then trying to keep track of which Ezio experienced what event in which timeline. A theory: there's no reason for the condition of the feet. It's a congenital disease, possibly a genetic defect, or so it is assumed when studies have been done. But thank you very much for your words. Yes, you learn to live with this, and it depends a lot on the attitude, how we face things and tolerate them. I see. Yeah, so no reason for it. Possibly genetic. Yeah, and that's the other thing, you know, like, it's very easy for people to grow up not having to worry about things like that, and it's easy to forget that there are people that don't have that luxury, you know. Like, anytime there's a luxury in your life, there's someone somewhere in the world who doesn't have it, you know, that kind of stuff as well. But that's definitely no worries at all, our theory, you know, because the way that we see things and how we feel about stuff can definitely influence things. And, you know, it's the difference between someone who just gives up and someone who succeeds, where it's like, if that other person had only kept going, maybe, and nothing's guaranteed, you know what I mean, for anyone, but maybe, just maybe, the person who gave up at that point in time, if they kept on going, maybe they would have succeeded. Maybe not the next day, but maybe a week or a month from then. You know what I mean?
You think you can escape?
Yes, Spicy Chicken, the Ezio verse. Like, there's one version you could say, like, if there were, there isn't, by the way, this isn't something that's actually in the series. Yeah, just throw that dead body away, Ezio. It would be so cool to see just a what-if story, not done in the games, but done in, like, either a comic or a short animated movie, where we actually see an Ezio who didn't lose his father and his brothers, an Ezio who was able to see, you know, his family survive and all that, and not experience what, you know, the actual version of Ezio that we have in the games experienced, and all that type of stuff. Just as a what if, be cool to see what if the Templars didn't succeed, and then Ezio became an assassin being trained by his father Giovanni, you know. Then in the movie or comic book you could have Giovanni, you know, teaching Ezio the skills and all that type of stuff. Be a very different way to tell the story. Tool, have a good stream, Rod and gang. You're off to sleep. That's absolutely no worries at all, Tool. I hope you have a really good rest. Thanks again for stopping in. And thank you, I definitely will.
I want to talk to you. I've seen him before.
For fuck's sake. I didn't want to shoot the other dude with the crossbow. I wanted to shoot the one that was closest to Ezio game. Not the one that's furthest away. I don't normally go this route, but I thought I'd try something different. Well, we got Arrow Storm back, so that's good. Actually, that's a good spot, because I can probably hit the other dude. Yep. Actually, this might be a better way to go in future.
I only wanted respect.
Respect is earned, not inherited or purchased.
Perhaps you are right. I need more time.
Che tu sia pari nella morte. Requiescat in pace.
Fantasilea! Don't ever disappear again. I was lost without you.
Really? But you rescued me.
Ezio came up with a brilliant plan.
I did not. It was all your husband's idea.
It was?
You are my prince.
Now I better earn that title.
You will. Thank you.
Arthurian, you're right about that. It's up to you how you take things. Some give up, some have no limits, even going through a brick wall if that means you understood almost what you said when you try to listen. Absolutely, you know, it's like, there's a brick wall in front of me. I'm just going to walk back where I came from and give up now. But it's like someone else will be like, there's a brick wall in front of me. Is this brick loose? This one's not loose. How about this one? No, this brick's not loose. I know, I can just walk around this brick wall. You know what I mean? Trying to find, alternate ways of doing stuff is always good as well. So if you can't achieve something one way, see if there's another way you can achieve the same thing. You have no limits at starting. You want moving, sporting without legs. You love competing, and then you found your own sport where you're good or best. You take all the focus on that. And that's great too. There's also nothing wrong with realizing that there's just some things that's not where your skill lies. So find something where you do have a lot of skill, and in some ways some might say then that's just giving up then, because you're giving up on a potential skill that you could master. But I mean, if you've tried everything in that skill, like, not everyone is a good surgeon, right? And you certainly wouldn't just pick someone random off the street and say, hey, I need you to perform surgery on this person, and have that person just go and perform surgery, and the person that they perform surgery on is fine and good. You know what I mean? Someone who has training, who's actually gone through the year's worth of training to be a surgeon, would be someone better to get, you know what I mean? So sometimes you have to accept that there are people who are better than certain things at you, but that doesn't mean that you can't find something that is for you, you know what I mean? Like, personally, I'm not a speedrunner, I could never be one. So I accept that, but I still enjoy watching people who do. And the people who are and who can be, the reason that they're good at that is multitude. Maybe it's because they have a good ability to remember things without having the thinking, like, oh yeah, I go there, I go here, you go there, this happens, yep. And memorize every single little detail that happens. This character walks this way at this time, but this other character walks another way at that time. So if I time it right, I can move through between them while still avoiding the other enemy that's actually down below, you know what I mean? Remembering all these sorts of details, but then doing it fast, you know? So yeah, I definitely believe that as much as you should not just give up straight away on something, some things you might not be good at, and that's okay, you know? There's no point beating yourself over the head and being like, oh shit, you know? Like, if you want to be... Like, let's say you want to work on video games, for example. Like, not every single person who works on a video game is good at, like, programming. You know, some people are better at management, which is why you get the right person for the job, you know. But certainly, like, if there's, you know, something that you're trying to achieve and you want to keep at it, you know, definitely try, because you never know. You might actually succeed. Oh, nice, Arthuri, that's cool. Yeah. Sometimes, too, I can actually ramble, and sometimes I go away from my point that I was making and say all this other extra stuff. Hey there, Godfather Al. Brotherhood Figure of the Year, Assassin Rod, the backbone of the squad. Welcome on in, Godfather. Thank you so much for joining. I really do appreciate it. So we finished that sequence, and I want to take care of some things. Alright, let's have a look at this stuff and just turn it all off, and then go through and highlight what I actually want. Alright, secondary markers. What I want for now is viewpoint, Forger Tower and Captain, Lair of Romulus. Alright, so alright, now we'll be able to actually go to that one. Arthuri, what's for sure, you don't give up. There's always a project, a goal you're going to do sports towards, depending on the level. The current project is the European Championships in May, and to brighten last year's bronze medal. If you give up because of illness, then it's mentally really bad. Things you're trying to be always positive, feeling so much you can. And that's great too, as well, that you have that goal and you can actually take things that you might have learned the last time and be like, right, I know exactly what I need to improve upon, and these are the things that I'm already, you know, good at with that. So definitely wish you the best of luck in May with that Arthuri, and that I hope, even if things don't go the way that you hope, I really do hope that it does, but if it doesn't, at the same time, I really hope that you still have a good time with that and enjoy the experience also.
Keep it up and I'll have the car. Are you capable of thought?
Are you capable of thought?
That's a man. Mother's
So the upcoming plans for Assassin's Creed streams on the channel is, after I finish Brotherhood, I'll be playing Revelations. When I finish Revelations, I'm going to be doing the Chronicles trilogy. I'm going to see if I can do all three of those games in one weekend. In the past, I've been able to do all three in one day. But that was just basically not worrying about any, like, optional objectives, not worrying about trying to be sneaky the whole time, you know, that kind of thing. Then once I've finished my playthroughs of the Chronicles trilogy, I'm then going to be starting my annual series playthrough with Assassin's Creed 1, collecting all 420 flags and playing without the HUD as well. Arthur, you're playing all AC parts, long playing through. The only game that I won't be actually doing as part of that is Rogue, because that's one of the games in the series that I never want to replay ever again. But aside from that, I'll be playing all the other main entries, but also I'll also be playing the PSP Assassin's Creed called Assassin's Creed Bloodlines, which has you playing as Altair again, and it covers the time between when Assassin's Creed 1 ends and when we see the vision that Desmond has of Altair and Maria making love. So it is set between those events. And it shows you Altair writing the Codex, which is what Ezio has to go after in Assassin's Creed 2 and collect. And we also see the beginnings of how Maria turns from being a Templar to being an assassin as well. Ah yes, so it's this one. Alright. So, in that case, we need to go to the aqueducts. One of them, I think, is over there. We may as well take care of this Borgia Tower as well. What else about the annual series? So, when I get to Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag in my annual series playthrough, I won't do another playthrough of Black Flag straight away. However, throughout the year, I want to do multiple playthroughs of that game, because this year it's celebrating its 10th anniversary. So when I actually get through Black Flag during my annual playthrough, that's when I'll really think about when I want to do the next playthrough of Black Flag after that. So likely what will happen is weekends for Assassin's Creed will go from being just the annual series on Saturday and Sunday to whatever game I'm up to in the annual series on a Saturday, and then Sunday would be the Black Flag playthrough. But I'll just have to wait till I get to that point. But that's way, way ahead of myself. But yeah, Assassin's Creed Revelations, Chronicles Trilogy, and then I start my annual series run.
What? Another one? Kill it!
It's so funny, for the longest time, I thought that with the Borgia Towers, if you wanted to synchronize the viewpoint, that you had to wait either until you had destroyed the tower, or that you had to synchronize first and then destroy the tower. I did not realize for the longest time that once you destroy the Borgia Tower, you automatically synchronize the viewpoint anyway. And the reason why I didn't realize that is because I made it a habit to synchronize first and then destroy the building. And I kept on doing that for so many times, but then when I found out that you don't need to do that, you just basically destroy it and then it synchronizes at the same time, I was like, oh, of course.
focus their frustration. Then
Hey there, hippie. Good morning to you as well. Welcome to the stream. We're still liberating Roma from Templar Borgia control.
you will die here.
The liberation of Roma has begun.
That was bravely done, signore. Grazie. Please, show me how to beat these tyrants.
It's so interesting using emotes within commands like that to create different things. Hippie, what happened to the sky in the game? It looks really beautiful like this. Nothing really special. It's just nighttime in the game at the moment. But it does look really, really cool. And then you got the moon, which is, you know, rising up as we speak. And it really does, hippie. Obviously, nowadays there'd be better, more advanced graphics to showcase something like this, obviously, but it's still okay to feel and think that old games for their time actually had good visuals for their time, you know what I mean? And I guess too, when people are saying that they think the graphics of a game from years ago still looks good, is they're not necessarily implying that they mean more advanced graphics are bad, or that the older game has superior graphics. You know, the person is probably just meaning that the graphics, though not as advanced as they are now, for their time were still really cool. So whenever they view the graphics of that time, they take that into consideration, but can still say that the graphics look good. I guess it's about aesthetic. Something can be aesthetically still looking good, even though it might be outdated by more advanced versions of it. Spicy Chicken, you can't wait until you can clear out your email. Yeah, that's always good if you can, to prevent clutter and stuff.
Grazie. Come again, please.
Grazie. Come again, please.
Yet they persist.
Yet they persist.
Another patrol of Borgia da Maria.
Alrighty then, now we can do this tomb. Leader of the pack, find the shrine to Romulus. Shit, I pressed the wrong button. Whoops. Harbinger Man, Shadow of the Tomb Raider. Hey there, Harbinger, welcome. So what's up with Shadow of the Tomb Raider?
We have recruited many new men to our cause.
I merely speak the name Romulus and they obey.
Bene. Our prophecies move them, as predicted. Together, we will create a new religious harmony.
Assassino! Mobilize your followers!
Hold on. That one is...
Hey, kill him! Stop!
We must kill the assassin! Romulus commands it!
Death comes for you!
That will purify our land! Spill his blood!
That's a funny guy.
I brought down many better men than you! There! 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 Get him! You ragazzo! I'm with you! Far! We'll get him!
Wait for me!
Save yourself! He's losing us! I see him! Go!
Harbinger, you were playing all day yesterday. It was going to stop at 9 PM. Instead, you kept playing until 11 PM, and then all you could think of while in bed was the game. The word is screw, not shadow. Ah, okay, I gotcha. You woke up 1 hour ago, 5 AM, and again the game was on your mind. Next, you'll be seeing things from the game overlaying in your own vision in real life as you're going around doing things. Hippie, what platform was Chronicles launched for? So PC, Xbox One, and PS4. I don't know if there was a Nintendo What would it have been? Switch? Was Switch out by the time the Xbox One was? Might have been. I don't know if there's a Switch version.
You think you can corner a wolf? My brothers will rip you apart! Where has he gone? I see him! There! Help! Help! He comes! Aha! Now we have you! Brother! The hunter comes! We'll get him!
Your end is at hand, assassin. Appease Romulus. Kill him! A place in heaven awaits those who serve the wood! Romulus will punish those who do not fight! Kill him and I will raise you up and teach you to speak to Romulus! Romulus will punish those who do not fight! Only Romulus can grant you peace!
Did you learn all those lies from your Borgia masters?
I speak the truth. It is you who tell the people lies.
Give me the code sheet.
All I will give you is death.
I'm Basta Eccolo! Get him!
Maybe in modern times, people wearing wolf outfit on the regular are probably furries. Oh yes, I know what you mean now. Yeah, I've definitely heard about that subculture. Yeah, I guess whatever floats people's boats, but I can't see the appeal in it. But then again, I'm sure some people like the look of a brick and think that bricks are very attractive. So, what do I know? Hey there, Zereth. How's it going? I hope things are going well. Yeah, hippie. It's one of those things. Is like whatever people do in their own home is none of my concern. It's- So it might seem weird that I'm not going to be actually worrying about unlocking the outfit, but I just like doing the tombs. So for this playthrough, I'm just going to do the tombs, and then once they're all done, I'm just going to keep on going on with the story. I'm not going to go and unlock the outfit.
Attempting to control the research. Some way we can.
I've never seen a stranger.
Give, and it shall be given to you. For whatever measure you deal out to others, it will be dealt to you in return. These are insightful words. Words to live by. Yet Brother Ristoro spits at them. Deus omnia videt. We minions require your donations to survive. In return, we offer you... A pleasure. Hey. Stop! I see it's not what. Oh, he's pale! What are you doing here? There! Get in! Stop! Hold! We are right here! We'll get the bastard!
Hold on. That one is very familiar.
He won't outrun me! Which way did he go? Follow him! There! You should not be... I don't see it! Ragazzi! final torment will linger. Enough! There! Put the dog down! Your final torment will linger. Your son came for that one. Make him bleed!
La carità! I'm lost and reaching the...
With the assassin on your trail, you will not survive much longer.
The cheetah must rise. The boars are raper, and we lead her to destruction. We should start a few fires.
So now we have some classic Assassin's Creed 1 music that they've reused. The 6th day, raid the Pope's old residence to find the shrine to Romulus. Harbinger reached the hidden city, noticed it had 100 plus collectibles, said to myself,
Now I can get back up here.
leave it for tomorrow. Then you said, do just this part, then a bit more, and a bit more, and a bit more, and then before you know it, you've done the whole section. Yeah, I know what that's like. It's like when you're reading a good book and you finish one page and you're just like, there's one page left before the chapter ends. I'll just read this last page and then leave it at where this chapter ends. An hour later, I'll just leave it where this next page ends. 2 hours later, I think I'll finish this chapter now and then I'll actually stop reading. 5 hours later, oh shit, it's 6 o'clock in the morning, I haven't gone to bed yet. Or if it's a video game or a comic book or you're painting or whatever you're doing, you know. Just one more and then I'll be finished. And that one more keeps on becoming one more. It's such a great moment when you go into that city and you get shown around by Unuratu.
If I fall, that will aid me.
And it's cool because Patricia Velazquez, or Velazquez, is it? Sorry, I always mispronounce her last name. Patricia Velazquez, who voices Unuratu, actually played Anaxunamun in The Mummy from 1999 and The Mummy Returns. In that movie, though, in The Mummy Returns, she not only plays Anaxunamun in a flashback sequence, but she also plays Anaxunamun's descendant, who looks exactly like her as well. So I thought that was really cool when I found that out, because of the fact that The Mummy is very much a action-adventure movie along the same lines of what you see in, you know, Tomb Raider and all that kind of stuff. So the fact that she was actually in the Tomb Raider game was really cool. And such a great character too. I really like Unuratu. Characters that Lara meets that she wasn't familiar with at the start, like Jacob in Rise and Unuratu in Shadow. They're such great characters. Played by some really good people who've done a great job as them. Oops. I remember thinking the last time I played this game, I bet you the next time I play, when I do that jump, I'll actually forget to press the button to grab. And here we are. That's better. Hey there, Ronnie. I hope things are going well. Zereth, how do you confuse a mommy? Tell them that they are male. Sorry, I don't get the joke. If there is even a joke there. Ronnie, how is Brotherhood treating you? It seems pretty early in the game. No, this is actually pretty late in the game. We're currently up to sequence 7 out of 9. But this is one of the tombs that you can do. So I've done a few of them by this point. In this playthrough, I've just been focusing on the main memories and also doing the
that
tombs.
Could help if I fall.
Not worrying about 100%. Not doing the Leonardo da Vinci DLC. Not doing the rest of the Leonardo da Vinci machines, not doing all the Christina memories and that kind of stuff. So a very very vanilla playthrough for me with this game, but I wanted to be able to get to the annual series playthrough in February, so I wanted to make sure that I was sort of like pacing things. And besides, after I finish this game, I'll be doing Revelations and then the Chronicles trilogy.
Magnifico.
And then after the Chronicles trilogy, I'll be doing my annual series run, and I'll be getting back to these games relatively quickly anyway, so these playthroughs of Brotherhood and Revelations that I'm doing at the moment, when I get to them in my annual series this year, they'll be longer playthroughs though. Zereth, mommy, i.e. person's mommy, a bad gender-related joke. Ah, okay, yeah. Sorry, I just didn't really get it. I was confused. I was like, I don't really know. I'd rather not pretend that I, you know, get something. Ronnie, you just thought it was early because of the number of health squares. Normally late in the game there are way more squares. Yeah, so that depends on whether or not you actually get better armor for Ezio. And so far I've just basically kept the armor that he's currently got. Because how much armor you have is... Sorry, how many health squares you have is dependent on what armor you're wearing. There is also Doctor Who, are you my mommy? Doctor Who. So Ronnie, I added a couple of new commands. So I've got this one. So you can put in exclamation mark begun, and then whatever word you want, and then the quote, the liberation of Roma has begun, will be altered so that the word Roma is to whatever you want to put it to. So I did that. Which will stay for, like, you know, other games too. I won't be changing that command for other stuff. And then just for points in the game, I'm going to keep this as a command too, but in Brotherhood you have the assassins saying Vittoria agli assassini, which is basically victory to the assassins. Ronnie, the liberation of mangoes has begun. It sure has. I'm sure that's part of Dutch's plan. The liberation of Blep has begun.
Perfect. A route up if I fall.
Okay, so it doesn't work like that. I was just testing something. Ronnie bene. Now I have a route up in case I fall. Zereth, are we done with this pizza contest? Plus you can also combine it with, if you wanted to, you could do exclamation mark begun and then whatever emote you'd like as well. Ronnie, we are never done with pizza or burritos. Exactly, never. They're absolutely delicious.
Amen.
The liberation of Ezio of Altair has begun. Ryu, nope, in fact you just ate pizza today. That's awesome, Ryu. Yeah, pizza is damn delicious. It's so funny, you know, growing up as a kid, I don't know if this is partly why I like these foods, but when I was a child, I'd watch a lot of Garfield, and Garfield's favourite food is lasagna. I'd watch a lot of Ninja Turtles, and their favourite food is pizza. So sometimes I wonder, it's probably no wonder I actually like pizza and lasagna so much. Those characters embedded in my subconscious this idea that lasagna and pizza was delicious, and then so on and so forth. But I'm only being half serious. It's also because pizza is fucking delicious. Same with lasagna. So you had meat lovers. Excellent. That's awesome. Oh yeah, hippie. Absolutely. You know, if I only had to eat that, I wouldn't complain. Alright, so that is another tomb done. Ronnie, you regularly hang out with the co-creator of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Kevin Eastman. He's a super cool guy. That is really cool, Ronnie, you know? And that's the thing too, like, you never ever know who you're going to meet, and sometimes also become an acquaintance of, you know, and sometimes even a friend of, you know what I mean? Because so many things can happen over a long period of time. And the ways in which that happens can change too. Like, you know, someone could be doing something, and because they're in a field that crosses over with someone else's field, like an actor, for example, someone who's really good at their job might end up being considered by someone who is an actor or whatnot to be the person they want to be served by, for example. You know what I mean? You just never ever know who you're going to meet and all that type of stuff. So that's cool, Ronnie, as well. I bet you never really thought that one day you'd be able to say that you actually hang out with the co-creator of that, of Ninja Turtles. Ryu, your experience was similar to yours. It also helped that you were born in New York. Oh yeah, Ryu. That's the thing too, you know. Like living in a place like that and being exposed to pizza and stuff. Hippie, you like your carbs full of meat, so you balance out the proteins. You go to gym. Well, that's a good idea too, Hippie, as well. It's good to be able to keep note of that, and then know when your limits should be, and all that type of stuff too. Ronnie, there's a strong comic book scene in San Diego, so you run across all sorts of famous people. That's really cool, Ronnie, that you do, you know. And sometimes it's just about being in the right place at the right time as well. Alright, so let's look at DNA for a moment. That's what I want. So we've done 1, 2, 3, 4 layers of Romulus. There's 2 left. While we're near it, let's get rid of this Borgia Tower. Ronnie, it is honestly really strange. Kevin and you are friends. Sometimes when you go to places, people freak out about him. Yeah, that'd be the other thing too. You know, because you know him and you're used to him as more than just, you know, someone who helped create one of the most iconic, you know, franchises ever. But someone else sees them as that only, and they're like, holy shit, I can't believe it. Whereas you're just like, oh yeah, that's Kevin. we hung out yesterday as well. It's funny, I remember things when I was a child, like having a puzzle of Ninja Turtles where they were all actually eating pizza. I have to see if I can find online that actual image. I don't think it was from one of the episodes. I think it was actually just, you know, drawn for that specific thing. Hippie, who's the guy that runs Family Feud? Steve Harvey? You want to meet that guy someday? Well, you never know, Hippie, you may. That's the thing about things is, and especially nowadays too, you know, like, because you have a lot of people who are very active on social media, you know, you can reply to someone who you admire and they might actually respond, you know, and whereas a long time ago you'd have to be, you know, going to a convention, or you'd have to sort of like know someone who would be like, oh yeah, such and such is coming to town and I might be able to introduce you to them, you know, which still happens, I would say, of course, but oh my god, really? You're kidding me, game. You are fucking kidding me. Arrowstorm did not kill him? Talk about fucking bullshit. Motherfucker.
He won't outrun us.
Stop right there! Come, amigo! We only wish to talk to you!
I thought surely, while sprinting and using it, that by the time I got close enough, it would actually kill him as part of the Arrowstorm, but nope. The game had different plans. Let's just let Ezio get killed, and then see if that resets stuff for us.
Now! Now!
It's amazing in games how when you actually want the character to get killed, it takes 50 minutes, but when you don't want them to get killed, it takes 5 seconds. Come on. There we go, finally. Ronnie, Kevin Eastman had a Kickstarter for a project, and one of the redeems was thousands of dollars to have lunch with him. You were like, we have lunch all the time. Strange. Yeah, Ronnie, that'd be... That's the thing, right? And there we go, we have Arrowstorm back again.
Oh, I know that. Which way? Ma'am! Stop!
Please, signore, help!
Renato, we're losing him!
Always be aware of your surroundings. Our...
to ensure the safety of all.
Ryu, TMNT is actually one of your biggest influences, especially for your works based on Mortal Kombat and Double Dragon. Yeah. Well, Double Dragon is something that I really enjoyed when I was younger, and while I haven't played all the Double Dragon games, I do have a lot of memories of playing Double Dragon 2 The Revenge a lot. Both when I was like, you know, 6 years old, and that when I'd watch one of my friends play it and all that type of stuff. But then, you know, actually playing it myself and then being, you know, annoyed sometimes at trying to get the full actual ending, because for those that don't know, in the Double Dragon 2 game, if you want to get the actual final ending, as in fight the final boss, you need to play it on the hardest difficulty. Ronnie, not to backseat, but maybe you should stab those guys. Yeah, could you imagine it's like someone's playing Tetris and you say to them, not to backseat, but I think you need to make sure that the blocks fall in the right places, so that you can make sure that the blocks that you're putting down don't overwhelm you and then reach the top of the screen to give you game over.
Cutting out your heart.
Exactly, Ryu. The game definitely did troll me hard. Hippie, they're really slow to attack Ezio. Absolutely, they really are. It's like, come on, golden opportunity. He's just standing there. They're like, okay, Silvio, why don't you try stabbing and see if he stabs back? Nah, I don't know if I can, Manfredo. Should I just stand here, Silvio? You wish to be as athletic as Ezio, but you're pretty bulky. There's so many skills that a character in a game like this has, like Ezio, that you think to yourself, how cool would that be to actually possess? The dynamic you have in mind for Billy and Jimmy is very much inspired by Leonardo and Raphael. Sorry, Ryu, don't you mean Bimmy and Jimmy? Sorry, whenever I see Billy and Jimmy, I just feel like there's something very wrong about saying Billy. It should be Bimmy. But that's cool, Ryu, in seriousness, that you have Bimmy and Jimmy in mind for Leonardo and Raphael. Or that, yeah, you're inspired by Leonardo and Raphael for those. So you're going to make Bimmy and Jimmy painters as well? Sorry, I kid. Ronnie, honestly, Kevin is one of the coolest celebrities that you know. If people don't know, check out The Last Ronin. It's amazing. You're just trying to help, but also you would try to minimize the rate that they stab you. Exactly. And then there's objectives that you might have, i.e. die on purpose to reset something as well. But that's cool, Ronnie, you know. And I haven't actually checked that out, The Last Ronin. Didn't they do an animated movie based on that too? It also helps that it's the blue guy and the red guy. That's another good point as well.
The liberation of Roma has begun.
You fight oppression. If you will have me, I will fight with you.
There we go, Ronnie. There's one for you. The liberation of hats has begun. Hey there, Zereth. Stick 'em with the pointy end. That's good advice when it comes to killing enemies in this game. Okay, so... What else do I want to do? Okay, I just want to double check which tombs I've already done. Oh yeah. So I've done Wolves Among the Dead, Thrown to the Wolves, Leader of the Pack, The Sixth Day, and the Halls of Nero. Okay, so that matches up, so that's good. Alright, so I've done the Halls of Nero one. You get that automatically. That's the only one in the game that you have to do, but all the rest are optional. So that means that I am on track, and I only have one more to actually do. So now I know just to focus on the rest of the story until we get into that area of the map, and then do that tomb, and then that's all of them done, and then we keep on going in the story until it's done.
All roads must be kept clear for the Guardia.
Hey Mr. Gote, a Last of Us add-on AC stream. Oh, really happened? I see. Yeah, definitely pushing that. Ryu, in most incarnations of Double Dragon, they're pretty similar to Leo and Ralph as well. Jimmy is more often a hothead, while Bimmy is more reserved. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting when you look at characters who have similar traits, even though they're in completely different franchises. But I guess that's the same of people in real life. There's so many people that have similarities that, you know, you could pair them up and put them together as a pair that represents those traits. If you're watching an Italian lady play AC2 last night, and man, the Italian voice actor for Ezio is not as deep as English voice for Ezio. Yeah, I've only actually heard the Italian actor for Ezio in AC2 once. And I think they changed actors for Ezio in the Italian language version for Brotherhood. And I've played this game with the Italian language selected for the whole game, which was really cool actually. It was really cool to put myself in the shoes of Italian gamers who only heard the game in their own language and try to wrap my sort of like ears around someone else playing a character that I only know as the English language version, Roger Craig Smith. You know what I mean? Because that's the thing, right? Like, depending on which country you live in and if that's your native or only language, how you perceive a character can be different, especially the person performing them, than someone in another country who's only used to hearing that character being played by an actor who speaks that specific language. So yeah, it was really cool to play this game with the Italian language selected, and it made me want to do more games in the series with the actual language that the game takes place in, like in the country of. So I did that with Assassin's Creed Unity as well, changed the language to French. So that was quite interesting as well. I wish that in Assassin's Creed 1 you could change it to Arabic, and I wish that in Assassin's Creed 3 you could change the language to the Mohawk language, even when Connor's actually talking to people who speak English. Not that it would make sense in the story, but it would be interesting to actually hear certain scenes with Connor saying the dialogue in his native language and not in English as well. But yeah, unfortunately you can't do that with those games. You can like do it with Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood to make the whole language of the game Italian. You could also do it in Revelations if you want to. In Unity to make it French. There's no option. The funny thing is, there's no audio language option for Assassin's Creed Odyssey to have the character speak in Greek, which I find interesting. You would think that they would make that as an option, but maybe it's a matter of someone modding a PC version of Assassin's Creed Odyssey so that the audio for the spoken languages is actually the audio from the Greek version of Assassin's Creed Origins. What would also be cool if you could have Assassin's Creed Valhalla audio changed to Norse for the whole game as well. I think that'd be cool. There are some instances where it's the other way around though. That's true, yeah, exactly. The Sixth Day. That is the name of a movie that I was in. Thanks for redeeming that, Ryu.
Why is gravity so cheap, precious? Because it's mass-produced. Golem, golem, golem.
Mr. Gote, sorry if you haven't been subbing. Saving for PC parts is quite taxing. Mr. Gote, never ever ever feel sorry if you haven't been able to subscribe to the channel, because it is absolutely fine. I definitely don't mind. I definitely won't treat you any differently, and it's definitely understandable. You know, I'd rather you actually spend your money putting it towards things that you need, and also things that you want that require a lot of money. You know, I'd rather that than you being like, well, I need to give up getting that thing because I need to make sure I subscribe to Rod. So definitely never feel like you have to apologize. You know, it's all appreciated, even when you were just someone who followed only. That was also, you know, really appreciated. So definitely don't feel sorry about not being able to. I hope it's been going well, also getting the PC parts that you need. And thanks for redeeming the Golem impression as well. Ryu, Bimmy and Jimmy also have a strong resemblance to Ryu and Ken at times too. Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Buongiorno, Ezio.
It is time to pay a visit to Lucrezia's lover, Pietro.
I've sent my men out to find him.
Molto bene.
Ezio, if I may...
What is it?
Someone warned Rodrigo to stay away from the Castello.
Machiavelli? Do you have proof?
No.
We must not be split apart by mere suspicion.
The Borgia know the locations of our spies.
Who told them?
Maestro Machiavelli asked about our search for Pietro earlier today.
Ezio?
Patching the leak. Kill the attackers to ensure they do not discover the location of the Thieves Guild, then accompany La Volpe to rescue the thieves in danger. There's something I want to set up that I just thought of as a command. It's not actually, like, I'm naming the command something that is not actually being said in English, but it's the Italian version of it, but I just wanted to put it in the English version so I can more easily remember to actually put it in. But there's a quote by Machiavelli that I really like, and we'll be hearing that in this memory sequence. Mr. Gote, you need to get fans in GPU. Your GPU chugs when you play Need for Speed Heat. Man, it's so bad. Oh, does it really? Oh no. That reminds me of people who have said that the PlayStation 4 can be really, really noisy, you know. Ronnie, you feel the same way. You stream to have fun and hang out with friends. The money is not why you do it. Exactly, Ronnie, you know. And, well, obviously it's nice, you know, to be able to have someone, you know, subscribe. It's one of those things where doing it just for the money, you then fall into the trap of only seeing viewers as either viewers who are worth treating, or even like treating with respect, or even like commenting at all. Like, imagine this, like imagine a streamer who's only cared about money, only speaking to the people who subscribed and not responding to any comments by someone who's just following. You know, there's probably streamers that do that, but I just couldn't do that, you know. So it's definitely good, Ronnie, to feel that way, and that's the important thing. You know, the money is icing on the cake. You know, it's a really nice bonus thing, but it's not the full, complete picture as well. It's good to have fun and to also appreciate people who are just even lurking as well. Mr. Gote, even when it's on the second system by itself, it still chugs. Really? Well, hopefully you can get get that sorted. You like when you do hunt 2 and zoom in and scope and out, it still chugs, really? That's interesting that it does that when you're doing those things. Arthuri, thank you for redeeming the Bane impression.
Hey, Bane, tell me this. Now, Arthur, you must be going now to your workout. You must be training hard and have a good workout on your shoulders. I wish you a very good stream and game, Rod. See you next time, Bane.
Thank you so much for redeeming that, Arthuri. I really do appreciate that. You take care of yourself, and thank you so much for being here. I really hope you have a great workout, that it really goes well, and hope to catch you again soon. I hope you have a really good one. Ronnie, you would rather someone give money to the multiple sclerosis fundraiser that you're doing than to give it to you. Absolutely, Ronnie. You know, it's good to have that as a goal and as a focus. And it's cool that you and Mauler have collaborated on that as well.
Sorry! Stay back! I've got the rock! There! Assassino! There! On him! I see! Go! Go! That's up! Hey, let go of now! I found him! Right! Yeah! There! Get it! Get away! Presto! Presto!
That's okay, Arthuri. Absolutely no trouble at all.
I still do not believe Machiavelli has turned traitor.
First the villa, then the castello, and now this. He is behind it all. Get your hands...
What were you able to find out?
Pietro is to be assassinated this evening. Cesare sent his butcher.
Micheletto, the best killer in Roma. No one escapes him.
Until tonight. Come on.
Ronnie, Mauler and you are part of the unfortunate brotherhood of men who have had their mothers attacked by multiple sclerosis. Oh, I didn't realize that it was for Mauler as well, that it had that unfortunate experience. To put it mildly, that really sucks, you know. And it's no wonder that you both feel so strongly about actually finding a cure for that. And, you know, here's hoping it is one of those things that ultimately does get defeated as well.
Don't hurt me, please! Now, get him! Hey! Cosmic joke? Why me? Always in the wrong place at the wrong time!
Did you uncover information about Pietro?
The man is an actor, and he is performing in a play stanotte.
Stanotte. Stanotte.
Ronnie, multiple sclerosis will leave the planet before you do. Fortunately for Mauler, his mom is responding well to treatments, but your mom was less fortunate. Yeah, dude. You know, you grow up and these are things that you don't even know about when you're a child, but when they actually hit and you're at the age where you know, it becomes the thing where you never ever thought that that would be something that would end up happening.
He is too good.
Andiamo! Seguimi.
Whoa.
Now, get him!
Get him! Corner the rack!
There! Kill him! There he is! Get him!
What did you find out about Pietro?
He is to be suspended from a cross. Micheletto will come for him with a spear.
A spear, eh? Ronnie, not to be a downer, but you've spent decades to put yourself in the position to be a part of the solution. Now, I don't blame you one bit, dude, you know, and it's great that you've been able to do the things that you wanted to do, achieve them, and then that's brought you to the next step, and then you've focused on that and you've gotten there as well. So it's definitely awesome that you've been able to realize the goals that you've set for yourself and to get to the level that you're actually at now.
What the devil is he doing? Dangerous, isn't it?
Life expectancy?
Where is Pietro?
I cannot tell you. But Micheletto waits at the city gate east of the Terme di Traiano. He intends to disguise his men to make the killing look like an accident.
He will lead me to Lucrezia's lover.
Ezio, Machiavelli has betrayed us. We would both wish to deny it, but the truth is now clear. Do what needs to be done. If you don't, I will.
Without Volpe's thieves, I may require the help of my recruits.
Ronnie, but you also love Red Dead 2. I don't blame you. Such an awesome game. So much to it as well. Calling all stand-ins. Tell Micheletto to the play's location. While following him, discover a way for the assassin recruits to infiltrate the play.
Time to go visit my brother.
Please, I have done nothing. Francesco Troche, dear friend, would I lie to you? You told your brother about my war plans in Romagna, who contacted the ambassador of Venezia. It was an accident. I am still your servant and ally. Are you demanding that I discount your actions and rely on friendship? I am asking, not demanding. To unite Italia, I must have every institution under my control. And if the church does not fall in line, I will eliminate it entirely. You know that I really work for you, not the Pope. Ah, but do I, Troche? There's only one way I can know that unconditionally now. You intend to kill me? Your most loyal friend? Of course not. Are you letting me go? Thank you, Cesare. You will not regret... Guards! Give Micheletto the costumes for the play. Lucrezia is mine. No one else shall have her. Make doubly sure it is done correctly.
I obey, Cesare.
Oh yes. Dump Francesco's body in the Tevere.
Did I have my mic muted when I was talking? because I was saying some things, but I think I might have had my mic muted. I was muted. Ah, damn it. Okay. Alright. Okay, so when Micheletto says, I obey, Cesare. I've always wanted to do this, so I'm going to do this now. I obey, Cesare. Just stay out of my way, or you'll pay. Listen to what I say. Hey, why don't I just go eat some hay, make things out of clay, lay by the bay? I just may. What do you say? I've always wanted to quote Micheletto and then combine it with the quote from Happy Gilmore between the character Shooter McGavin and Happy Gilmore. So there we go. That's what I was actually saying when I had this screen on last time. Hippie, how do they know Ezio not losing 5 health squares would 100% sync with historical accuracy? What would measure that? That's actually a good question. There is actually a actual explanation in the game as to why that is true. That he didn't lose 5 health squares. However, there's also the fact that Ezio doesn't know that his health is represented by health squares. So it's kind of like this idea that when the Animus gives you these optional objectives, it's actually telling you things about what the character actually did. So in the case of not losing 5 health squares, in reality, Ezio probably never even got hit at all. You know what I mean? But they put the 5 health squares for us as the player to be like, right, I need to make sure that Ezio's health doesn't go below 5 health squares. But yeah, whenever it says, like for example, full synchronization with this mission, you don't have to use the assassin recruits to assassinate your targets. But if you do, you're not only getting full sync, but you're actually also doing what Ezio actually did. So in the canon of Ezio's life, when it came to this event, he actually did use his assassin recruits to assassinate the targets as well. Ronnie, yeah, so I was muted, yeah. Yeah, I hate when that happens. When I'm muted and I'm actually wanting to say something. Yeah, Hippie. Yeah, so it was an interesting sort of thing to tie it also into the character and not just make it a gameplay only thing.
Oh, man. Oh. Oh.
Once you get dressed, you follow me to the play. Capito? Tieni.
Perhaps I should...
Oh, space.
Hey, hey!
Whoa. Whoa, whoa.
Yeah, Hippie, it was actually a few games into the series before they actually had a dedicated button to make the assassin crouch. But not just that, but also be able to move while crouching. You can actually make Ezio crouch, but you need to do a combination of buttons. But he can't move while crouched though. And the thing about it, it will actually work where if a character has you in their line of sight, when you're standing up, if you're behind something and you actually make Ezio crouch, they won't actually see him anymore. They'll lose line of sight of him. In fact, it's not until Assassin's Creed 3, which is 2 games after this one, where Connor, the main character, actually is able to lean up against the corner of something and go into a special animation that when an enemy gets close to you, he'll do a corner cover assassination. And that was the 5th game in the series, actually, by the time Assassin's Creed 3 came out.
Damn, he's too fast. The captain said. Go. Where has he gone? Aha! Whoa! It's a novel way to life expectancy.
Once you get dressed, you follow me to the play. Capito? This is for you.
To please visually ascertain whether or not the street is empty before throwing trash from their windows and shoes. Camarlengo will be using other funds to replace his tablet.
Whoa, it's a novel way to get about, I suppose.
This part can be tricky because Micheletto actually changes how fast or slow he goes from one point to the next. And if you get too far away from him, you'll desynchronize and the checkpoint will reload. And when I say checkpoint, I don't mean that you can just, in this game, reload a checkpoint manually. But the game does create checkpoints. It's just that you can't manually reload them in this game. You have to actually die on purpose or desynchronize to actually be able to make it go back to that checkpoint if you miss something. Ronnie, you once had the first 40 minutes of your stream muted. Someone came in and was like, "Are you muted? You unmuted, but you think you only went for another 20 minutes because you were so embarrassed." Oh, I see, Ronnie. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely understandable to feel embarrassed by it, you know, when that happens. So I definitely don't blame you for wanting to just not stream for as long as you might have intended to.
Wait, ma'am! Did he get clear?
When that stuff happens, like, me as the viewer, I'd definitely be, you know, fine with watching you stream, even though you might have had...
You follow me to the play. Capito? Il tuo costume.
40 minutes of being muted. I still would have, you know, stuck around for however long you originally intended for, you know. stay there, Micheletto. You don't need to be bothering with me.
Aspetta. Oh.
Andiamo!
Aspetta. Il Colosseo.
I am leaving. I have had
I
enough.
seek Pietro.
He acts on stage, signore. One of my men will take you to him.
Don't forget, I wear the black shirt. Protect me and wait for pilot call to the Centurion to strike.
I must get to Pietro before he does.
It's so funny. As a streamer, because I mute my mic when I'm actually eating something, sometimes by the time I put the food in my mouth and start chewing, something pops up on screen that I actually want to read. That was just one of those moments just now. Ronnie, yeah, you're pretty new at streaming. Now you're comfortable with being incompetent. It's absolutely on brand. But that's the thing too. When you first start streaming, there is that, phase where you're just basically trying to learn stuff, and get used to things and all that. Exit stage right. Without being detected, infiltrate the Colosseum to find and rescue the actor Pietro before he is murdered by Micheletto.
I am so...
You shouldn't be up here.
TBT, what were you eating? I was actually munching on some Maltesers.
My God! My God! Why hast thou thus forsaken me?
Merda. Which cross is Pietro's?
Hark! Hark how he crieth upon Elijah to deliver him!
Wait, and we shall see whether Elijah dare come here or not.
My thirst is great! My thirst is great!
Yea, thou shalt drink no more!
But on your peril it shall be. What I do, I may not see, whether it be evil or good. High King of Heaven, I see thee here, on my hand and on my spear, running water flow, and on my eyes some can fall, that I may see both one and all. Lord, where does this water come from? Alas, and woe is me! What deed have I done? Man, I see, sooth to say, I have slain in this stead. Have mercy, Lord, I thee now pray, for I was not what I did. Jesus, much have I heard spake of thee, that sick and blind, through thy pity thou hast healed before in this city, as thee hast healed me today. Thee will I serve, and with thee be, for well I live in days 3 thou will rise. Lord, I thee pray.
I need to get on stage.
Four murders, 2 robberies unresolved. Perhaps if I remove your tongue and say you are guilty...
Ah, Lord God, what heart have ye to slay this man that I here see dead, hanging, that never yet did amiss? For surely God's son is he. Therefore a tomb is made for me, therein his body buried shall be. For he is King of bliss.
Sir Joseph, I say surely, this is God's Son Almighty. Go ask Pilate for his body, and buried shall he be. I shall help thee to take him down devotedly.
Sir Pilate, special I thee pray, a boon thou grant me as thou may. This prophet that is dead today, thou grant me his body.
Joseph, all ready, in good faith. If that centurion says that he is dead, him...
Ha! You cannot save Pietro. The wine he drank was poisoned. As I promised Cesare, I made doubly sure. I am not yet dead.
I did not come here to kill you. He who is the cause of someone else becoming powerful is the agent of his own destruction.
Cut him down.
This was not in rehearsal.
Sorry, there's a rewrite we didn't tell you about.
Hold up the guards.
Intervention. Save Pietro from the poison coursing through his veins by carrying him out of the Colosseum to the nearest doctor. Full synchronization. Do not swim, because if you swim, you'll sink, and fail the full sync. So do not swim, so you don't sink. Because if you do swim, you won't be sinking and getting the optional objective. But for this playthrough, I'm not worried about that.
Stop the guards!
Who are you?
Your savior.
Your savior.
I've traditional rights.
He's been poisoned.
That palo. Cantarella. Drink this.
Hurry!
Give him a moment.
I feel slightly better.
Leeches will lead to a full recovery.
I cannot thank you enough.
The key to the Castel Sant'Angelo, now.
What are you talking about? I'm simply a poor actor.
Cesare knows about you and Lucrezia.
Here.
Stop! Wait for us!
We thought you had been killed, Ser Ezio.
Not yet.
Where does this passage lead?
To the north, outside the walls.
Let me through. I must go help the troops.
Un momento! You were at the Villa Auditore during the attack.
Go!
Really make a difference.
Why did you run? You are the traitor, not Machiavelli.
Long live the Borgia!
Merda. I was right. I have to stop La Volpe before he gets to Machiavelli. Discovered the traitor.
What?
One of our men. He was at the villa attack. Here, he carried his letter.
My God.
This is good news.
More than you know.
I am once again in your debt, Ezio.
What debt is there amongst friends who trust one another?
Yes. Thank you for relaying the message in time. Come, Niccolo. It has been far too long since we've talked.
I heard the Colosseum Passion Play took an unexpected turn this evening.
Really?
It seems Jesu Cristo was resurrected 3 days early.
One of my favorite quotes in this game.
Carità. A real modern Roman.
Hippie, and if I do not swim, I will sink. Sorry, true, if I swim I will sink and will not sink. And if I do not swim, I will sink but not sink. Oh well, I guess it's time to not sink but also not sink. Exactly, Hippie. Yeah. There is obviously a path that is better to take if you want to make sure you don't actually jump into the water, but in this playthrough, I'm not worried about optional objectives, and I like to do that sometimes because I don't like to play games that I replay multiple times in a year the exact same way every time. So if I'm in the mood to do a playthrough where I will do optional objectives, I'll definitely do them and spend the time it takes to get them done. But if not, it's just cool to play. So in many ways, me playing without doing the optional objectives is my version of a casual run. That was close, Harbinger. Yeah, I actually didn't know if I was going to make it or not. Hippie, yeah, that's a funny moment. I love how he says that. It seems Jesu Cristo was resurrected 3 days early.
Volpe, how goes Roma?
Very well, Ezio. The French and Papal forces are in disarray.
Then it is almost time. Call the assassins together. And bring Claudia.
Now?
Yes.
I love this moment.
La ashaya waqtan mutlaq, bel kulun mumkin. The wisdom of our creed is revealed through these words. We work in the dark to serve the light. We are assassins.
Claudia, we here dedicate our lives to protecting the freedom of humanity. Mario, our father, and our brother once stood around this fire, fighting off the darkness. Now, I offer the choice to you. Join us.
You and I have not seen eye to eye on many issues.
Niccolo!
But you are exactly what the Order needed. You have led the charge against the Templars and rebuilt this Brotherhood. Now, we must put Ezio where he belongs. At the head of the assassins. Ezio Auditore da Firenze. You will now be known as Il Mentore, the guardian of our Order and our secrets.
Where other men blindly follow the truth, remember,
nothing is true.
Where other men are limited by morality and law, remember,
everything is permitted.
Is permitted. Why this sudden change of heart?
I have always stood by you. I was the one who brought you to Roma, and the one who caused the explosion as you fled the Castello. The mercenari who protected you at Il Colosseo were mine as well. You just did not know it.
Maestro Machiavelli! Cesare has returned to Roma alone. He rides for the Castel Sant'Angelo.
Grazie.
Well,
The decision is yours, not mine.
Niccolo, you better not stop telling me what you think. Why else would I seek the opinion of my most trusted advisor?
Go kill them, Mentore. Finish what you started.
Good advice.
I intend to write a book about you one day.
If you do, make it short.
So there we go. Another Auditore becomes an assassin. Such a great moment. And it's also awesome that this is the point where Ezio actually becomes the mentor of the entire Italian assassins. Il Mentore.
Am I dreaming this?
Hey.
Hey, have you lost all reason?
It's like, hey, have you lost all reason? Bold of them to assume that we had any reason to begin with. No, just kidding. Yeah, but does getting an assassin tattoo give you the ability to jump into the hay? How does Claudia just know? Oh, alright, yeah, I've done this before. Yeah, that's an interesting point, actually. In Assassin's Creed Origins, which is set way before this game, it's set hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years before. When they do the leap of faith, there's some recruits that are sort of like a bit cautious about it, but they sum up the courage to do it, and then they take the leap of faith and they live and succeed. But yeah, it's like, I mean, we never see certain characters do acrobatic stuff. Like we never see like, even though Machiavelli is an assassin, we never see him running up buildings and all that type of stuff. You know, so there are characters that are assassins that we don't see them running around doing the things. But that was the thing about the Ezio trilogy as well, especially 2 and Brotherhood, where you have characters that in AC2 they don't reveal to Ezio straight away that they actually are assassins. So he just thinks that they're people that he's meeting who have the same goals and are willing to help him achieve them. It's not until later in the story he realizes that they actually were assassins as well, all along. And even though by Brotherhood's time Ezio obviously already knows that they're assassins, the game still presents them the same way. Like Bartolomeo still is the way that he is. He doesn't, you don't see him running up, buildings and climbing stuff. Same with La Volpe, interestingly enough. But in AC2 you do see him do that, so he does do it. The unfortunate thing is, after this game, we never see Claudia again. In Revelations, Ezio is actually writing letters to her while he's actually away, and that's the only mentioning of Claudia that we actually get in the sequel to this, Assassin's Creed Revelations. But it would have been cool to have a game that actually has Claudia as a prominent assassin, that you actually are even like she might, when Ezio retires as an assassin, she might have been the one that steps up and is like, okay, I'm going to be the mentor of the Italian assassins now. Which would have been cool. There's so many things with the Auditore family that we don't know, and some things that we do that we haven't seen in video game form that they could have done a game where they showed us Ezio's grandfather, you know, building the statues to the assassins that he built statues to pay tribute to, you know. You can actually find out how Ezio's great-grandfather arrived in Italy and all those sorts of things. There's so much about the Auditore family that is in database entries that you can read in these games.
You got some nerve.
Hey, last I checked, this was not the one.
But also, there is something special that you can do. It's kind of like a tomb, but it's the Auditore crypt. And as you go through that, you can actually read on the walls inscriptions detailing how Ezio's great-grandfather arrived in Italy, what brought him there, all about the assassins, and all that kind of stuff. Requiem. Breach the perimeter of Castel Sant'Angelo and confront the Pope inside the papal apartments. Ah, hang on. Sorry, I just wanted to check something before I jumped into this. You kidding me? It put me here? Alright. Damn it. Didn't realize it would put me this far away from the memory start.
Why would you say it? They got my new daughter. Hey, you don't want this place?
Hippie Machiavelli's more into moving chess pieces than be the front pawn. Bartolomeo's got a wife, he's a man of his own army. Exactly, you know. They definitely have their own focuses that they're working on, while at the same time doing it in aid of the assassins. The Volpe has the style of running thief guilds. Exactly.
You cannot pass these prices.
Come again, please.
I wanted to keep the other aspects of Ezio's outfit, so I just wanted to upgrade his braces and his boots, or whatever you want to call it.
I'll have the guard on you.
You break something, the idiot.
You break something, the idiot. Maybe he'll break his face if he doesn't stop talking.
There is a war going on for their benefit.
The people don't realize there's a war going on for their benefit. when I'm playing Assassin's Creed Revelations, there's a really cool sword that I like to actually get, and to do it I need to do the Vlad the Impaler tomb, and you get his sword, which is really awesome, and it has some really cool and brutal finisher animations when you're fighting. So for most of Assassin's Creed 2 and Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, when I've been replaying them, I've basically been using just the hidden blade in combat. But I'm going to break that pattern with Revelations, so I can use that sword. Hey ragazzi.
Salve.
Please, what's your step?
Alright, so here's the final Romulus lair / tomb in the game. So I'll do this. I won't be getting the Brutus out, the armor of Brutus though. Just for time reasons. I want to get this tomb done and then jump into the story and then keep on going till I finish.
Did you see that white knight?
And I said to the barber, I don't want you to sell me the pizza, 'cause you ate it already. A wolf in sheep's clothing. Find the shrine to Romulus.
Benedicat vos omnipotens Deus, Pater et Filius et Spiritus Sanctus. Amen. Ite missa est Deo gratias.
Did you hear? The Baron de Valois is there. No. Now Bartolomeo d'Alviano is sure to rise up against the Pope.
Cesare's campaign will be in trouble.
Is that such a bad thing?
Perhaps not.
Some say the papal funds lie in disarray.
So say who? The Pope's treasury is never empty. His Holiness will simply kill another wealthy cardinal if he requires funds.
Disgusting.
His name is Ezio Auditore.
Who? The assassin. He killed the banker. Some say he even walked the halls of Il Vaticano with no one able to stop him.
There is hope after all. Perhaps Cesare's rule will finally end, and the church will be restored to its former glory.
I will write the sermons, then leave them for you within the shrine. Make sure you deliver them convincingly, with passion.
The followers will do anything we tell them to, Padron. They believe their god commands them.
Bene. Do you have the key?
Yes, Padron.
May the Lord be with you.
And also with you, Padrone.
Assassino! You will not get me! My ascension takes me closer to God and away from you, Assassino!
I don't want to end like this!
Sanctuary denied. It seems God is on my side, Assassino!
Why would anyone carry on like that?
What do you want, Assassino?
Did the followers of Romulus work for the Pope's gain?
Of course! They are ignorant! We are enlightened! Their savagery will lead the people to the light of the church! Godspeed!
You have nowhere to run.
What a fool! You wage war against the very instrument that prevents the people from overthrowing order!
Your order
It's no order at all.
You saved me! Praise God!
Requiescat in pace.
You know, I don't think I've ever actually triggered that little cutscene before. If you kill him nowhere near that railing, he'll just die. So that's cool. If you actually get him over here and then you grab him and then you throw him off, you actually get that little interaction and then you see him fall down to his death. I've never actually done that before. Usually when I'm doing this, I just basically kill the dude straight away and then continue on. Especially if I'm doing a playthrough where I'm getting the optional objective, because the optional objective in this is to get it done within 8 minutes. So there we go. That's cool. Hippie, if you ever have a kid one day, you're going to get him into calisthenics early. You want him to climb around like that. Climb around walls. But then you'll have him jumping from the wall to the light fixture and pulling it down and stuff like that. Jumping on the bed and then grabbing the curtain rod off and then pulling the curtain down. Causing mischief. That was cool, Hippie. Yeah, I kind of like that. I like how he's like, you saved me. And then it's just like, fuck off. Just lets him fall. I wasn't expecting that, so if I was, I would have been like, when he fell, I would have been like, as he fell down. So I have to remember that for future playthroughs, to do that. Now we'll see these two drunk characters again.
There he goes again! Oh.
So what I wanted to do, because I'm not actually going to be getting the Armor of Brutus, I still want people who are curious to be able to know what Ezio looks like in it. While it's not a 3D representation of what he looks like in it, that image is an example of what Ezio looks like when wearing the Armor of Brutus, and also what the Armor of Brutus looks like. But for time's sake, I'm not going to be going to where it is. We're just going to go straight to this next main memory, mission, quest, thing. I just wanted to do the tombs for this playthrough because I love doing them, and I did them from Assassin's Creed 2, so I wanted to do them for this playthrough and for the playthrough of Revelations as well. Requiem. Breach the perimeter of Castel Sant'Angelo and confront the Pope inside the papal apartments.
I want to see the Pope!
His Holiness waits for you at the top of the castle in his apartments.
Get out of my way!
Haven't I seen...
He's here!
I don't understand. I ordered a fresh batch of La Cantarella last night.
I am terribly sorry, mia signora. But the Pope has taken it all.
Where is the Pope?
He meets with Cesare.
Strange. He did not tell me Cesare had returned.
That woman gives me so much trouble. Why didn't I stay in the stables? What a family this Pope has.
Looks a bit.
Dannato! What has happened here?
I do not know what you mean.
My funds, my troops, gone!
Financial difficulties strike all of us, even those with an army.
You intend to give me money?
No, I do not.
Then I will use the Peace of Eden to get what I want. Your help is not necessary.
That has been made abundantly clear to me. Are you aware that the Baron de Valois is dead?
No. Did you?
What reason could I possibly have to kill him? Was he plotting against me with my brilliant, traitorous Captain General?
I do not have to stand for this!
The assassins murdered him.
Why did you not stop them?
As if I could! It was not my decision to attack Monteriggione. It was yours! It is high time you took responsibilities for your actions.
My accomplishments! Despite the constant interference of failures like you!
You are not going anywhere. I have the piece of Eden.
Get out of my way, old man.
I gave you everything, and yet it's never enough.
Cesare! He intends to poison you!
You would not listen to reason.
Father, do you not see? I control all of this. If I want to live, I live. If I want to take, I take. If I want you to die, you die! Where is the piece of Eden?
Stop! I know where it is!
And you did not tell me he had taken it?
Cesare, it's me, your queen.
You are my sister, nothing more. Where is it?
You never loved me?
Where is the apple? Tell me! Tell me!
So, there we go. That is how Rodrigo Borgia dies. He dies by the hand of his own son. And in Assassin's Creed 2, when Ezio doesn't kill Rodrigo, I can understand people being like, Ezio, what are you doing? You could have killed him right here and then, and you could have stopped him from doing what he was doing. But the problem with that is Cesare still would have done the things that he did, i.e. storming Monteriggione and attacking it. You know, so him attacking Monteriggione wasn't tied to whether or not Ezio actually killed Rodrigo or not. So when we see Rodrigo get killed by his own son, I think it's more poetic that he dies by his own blood and not someone like Ezio as well. And ultimately, Rodrigo pays for what he had done in Assassin's Creed 2 in a way that, yeah, it took a longer time for him to die, but the method at which he died is just so ironically satisfying that it would be his own son that would kill him. So there we go. That is the end of Rodrigo Borgia. An apple a day beat Cesare to the apple of Eden.
All right, Cesare. I am coming through that window.
I want the apple! Am I hurting you? Give me the apple! It's mine, not yours! I want the apple! Smart decision, little sister.
Requiescat in pace.
I know. I know where that bastard is going. San Pietro. The pavilion in the courtyard.
Thank you.
Yeah, Afro, that was weird. How it had the prompt to be able to steal, yet when you press it, nothing happens. Ezio just doesn't do anything, or if you hold it down, all he does is walk.
Assassino!
Cazzo.
I will come for you later.
I'm going to catch you! Get him! Go! Go!
He's there! On him!
I've lost sight of him. Evil haunts our great guitar. He mocks all the true God-loving values that are the core of our lives. There he is!
I don't see him!
I see him! Go! You shouldn't be up here.
He's there! On him!
There he is! Oh, get him!
You!
Looking for this.
It ends now, assassino. My sword will take your life. Guards! Guards! Guards!
The Apple of Eden. Escape from the Vaticano with the Apple of Eden.
Now! Get him! Cesare! Go! Go! Hola! Get it! Down! Move!
Life expectancy?
There! Get it! Cut his legs off!
Oh yeah, epic chase music. So damn good.
Rodrigo Borgia is dead.
And Cesare?
Poisoned, but alive.
We must not allow him to assemble his remaining supporters. The coming weeks are critical.
With your aid, I will hunt him down.
My men will patrol the city, but we might need an army.
We have one.
Demilitarization. Destroy Cesare's Roman army, leaving him with little support to wage a counterattack.
You must find them.
They are everywhere and nowhere at once.
I do not care how you do it.
We cannot on our own, Signore. You must help us.
I am ill, you idioti! Micheletto will soon be here with my armies, and then you will see how quickly the Assassini fall.
You delude yourself, Cesare.
God!
What sorcery is this? Now, go! Move!
There he is, get him!
The Cardinal revealed under stress that Cesare plans to meet with Templar loyalists in the countryside. The Cardinal departs for the meeting tonight.
I will follow him.
Seeing red. Break up Cesare's meeting with the Cardinals to ensure he does not successfully petition for aid. Afro Rodrigo's death in real life is still shrouded in mystery actually. He died of some mysterious illness. Some say poison, some say malaria. Yeah, that's something I haven't actually even looked at. Like, I know that a lot of the characters in this game series that were in real life, the date that they died is generally, and there's probably some exceptions, is generally on the day or before or after or somewhere there around. And sometimes if there's like a question as to what actually killed that figure from history, the Assassin's Creed writers have figured out what they would like to make it based on the Assassin versus Templar conflict, you know. So let's just say there was a real figure who died under mysterious circumstances. The writers of Assassin's Creed could then go, okay, because we don't know exactly how that person died in real life, how about we make it that they were a Templar and an assassin killed them? Just as a simple example. But that's interesting that there's still debate about if it was, you know, poison or a disease like malaria. Hey there, Walker Man. I hope things are going well. Things are going good my end. I've been having a good Saturday. You bought us Xbox Series S today. You got tired of waiting on an X, and you can always upgrade in a few months. Your X1 X's hard drive went out today, did it? Ah. I definitely know how that feels. The way that it worked out for you is how it worked out for me, except with my Xbox One. I fully intended to get a Series X, but my Xbox One died, and I didn't want to put an order in for another one or whatnot, because I really had games on the stream that I needed to get through. So I went down to the local retailer and I was like, let's see what they have. And before I got there, I was willing to get another Xbox One, or get an Xbox One X, or get a Series S or a Series X. And when I went there, the only thing that they had left was the Series S. So I thought about it for about 5 seconds and I was like, yeah, I'll grab that, thanks. And here we are. Months and months, over a year later, and still playing on the Series S. The S-Sphere setup is a great machine, other than about 80% of your games are on disc. Yeah, that's the big downside. You know, if you are someone that had a lot of physical copies of your games, because the Series S doesn't have a hard drive. I mean, it doesn't have a disk drive, sorry. It doesn't have a hard drive. Doesn't have a disk drive. I like how in this part of the game we're going to various parts where Cesare is trying to assert or reassert control over things, and at every turn, who shows up? Ezio, there to ruin things again for him. All of this could have been done in a montage, in a cutscene, but I am glad that they made us able to actually play these events.
I know that. After him, ragazzi!
Come on, game. Where the fuck? There he is. Walker Man, what you're doing is keeping all your games on your old externals hard drive, and the game you want to play right now you download to the S internal storage. And once you're done with that game, you'll move it back to the hard drive until you can afford a proper SSD drive to make the storage bigger. Yeah, that's actually what I do with games that I need to actually have installed on the internal hard drive to actually play it. I'll just basically transfer them over to it from my external, and then once I'm done, I'll just transport it back to my external.
Join me and I will take back Roma.
We have decided to elect Della Rovere to the papacy. We are sorry.
I paid for your appointment.
Roma is not the same as it once was. Borgia money has become tainted.
You will regret this decision!
Assassino! Run!
Hired men promise you their blood, but as soon as you need help, they turn against you.
Guards!
Get the bastard!
Walker Man, you can tell the difference between the consoles. The combat is much faster and more responsive on the S. Visuals to you are the same though. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, from game to game, what kind of things have they actually improved for the... especially games that are backwards compatible as well. I will be Harbinger, yeah.
forward.
Die! Get it!
My men tell me Cesare rallies his best soldiers in front of the main gate into Roma.
Gather the assassins. We face him together.
All roads lead to join the other assassins to confront Cesare and his last remaining followers.
Coming about that slow, so it will not get off so easily.
All of Italia shall be united, and you will rule beside me. Come to watch my triumph. Soon Micheletto and his army will arrive, but you shall be dead before then.
Insieme per la vittoria! Vittoria!
Oh yeah, ecco gli assassini.
My men will never fail me! They know what awaits them if they do! Kill him! Soon you will pass from this earth, and my dominions will be returned to me. Rip the assassin's throat out! I want the assassin name to die today! You don't pull forth back! If they do, kill him! Soon you will pass from this earth, and my dominion will be returned. I want the assassin name to die! You don't fall back!
Don't do it!
Kill him! And my dominions will be returned to me. Rip the assassin's throat out! I want the assassin name to die today! You don't call forth back! Look what happened to him! My men will never fail me! They know what awaits them if they do! Kill him! Soon you will pass from this earth, and my dominions will be returned to me. Rip the assassin's throat out! I want the assassin name to die today! You don't call...
Throw down your arms, Cesare Borgia.
Micheletto's troops mass behind me. We will take back my city once and for all.
This is not your city anymore.
By order of Pope Julius II, I arrest you, Cesare Borgia, for the crimes of murder, betrayal, and incest.
No! 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 This is not how it ends! Chains will not hold me! I will not die by the hands of man!
It was the manner in which he said it. Chains will not hold me.
If you are so worried, there is a way to find out.
No, it is too powerful. It must be hidden outside the domain of men.
What a shame. Hiding a masterpiece where no one will ever see it.
And yet, what if he meant what he said? I cannot risk it. Cesare was right. I have to leave.
What about your friends?
I built this Brotherhood to last, with or without me.
What do you intend to do?
Plant a seed. Here, a gift.
If this is goodbye, then keep your money. I do not want it.
We will see each other again. You have my word. Buona fortuna, my oldest friend. And take the money. On your meager salary, you will need it.
My patron has been arrested after all.
How did you find me?
The apple you stole from Mario Auditore led me here.
Kill him! Kill the assassin! Tear the maldito bastardo to pieces!
I need munitions.
There's something I want to set up so that it's ready for me to actually put it in chat. Alright, so I've got that set up now for when I'm ready to actually use it.
Help yourself. There are more than enough to go around.
Afro, also fact, if you play this part on PC with uncapped frame rate, Chesley will bug out and the final fight won't trigger. Oh no. That kind of thing would be so annoying playing the PC versions, you know? Like, that'd be so frustrating, especially if you don't know about it being a thing beforehand as well.
Faster to travel by horse.
Yet, he once ruled all of Rome. What happened? I heard an assassin killed his supporters. Great ruler dies.
¡Ayúdenme! ¡Mi hijo! ¡Mi hijo está herido! ¡Déjame en paz!
You brought this upon...
Drag you to hell with!
Oh really, Afro? Same with flight controls in Leo's War Machine mission. Won't be able to steer the glider. Damn.
Faster! Faster! Don't worry, we'll catch the bastard! You won't get through there!
Cesare! The walls surround you! There is nowhere to run!
Come then, Ezio! I cannot die! Fortuna will not fail me! I am the best fighter who ever lived! Stay back! Defeat will never taint me, and Auditore will never vest me! Take that! Roma, Italia, Hispania, they will all be mine! The throne was mine!
Wanting something does not make it your right.
What do you know?
That a true leader empowers the people he rules.
I will lead mankind into a new world.
Che nessuno ricordi il tuo nome. Requiescat in pace.
You cannot kill me! No man can murder me!
Then I leave you in the hands of fate.
The throne was mine. What do you know? I will lead mankind into a new world. You cannot kill me. No man can murder me!
We've got it. The Colosseum.
Let's go. We can be there before dawn.
Wait, there was something about that door. I don't think I saw a handle. Let me run an analysis.
Great. So we need some kind of futuristic key.
It seems to open with a verbally triggered mechanism. I've never seen anything like it.
You mean it needs a password?
Try humming Beethoven's Fifth.
Damn European power grid. Now we can't scan Ezio's memories to find the password.
We have to find that password.
Ezio knows the answer. Problem is, he's dead.
I can't believe we're stuck here.
Hey there, Salcat. Welcome to you. Hope things are going good. Gave him the knee 10 times in a row. Absolutely. I love in Assassin's Creed 2 when you're fighting Rodrigo Borgia. I love doing the combo of grab him, knee him, and then when he's on the ground, kick him in the nuts 3 times, and then pick him up and rinse and repeat. Code, this armor snapping would have been so much more enjoyable. Just pick him up with a noose and let him hang from the wall. Exactly, Code. That would have been a good way to get rid of Cesare. Just basically do that, throw him over the side, and then just watch him choke. So for those wondering what those commands were referring to, Cesare, oh Cesare, a man of great depravity, believed himself immortal till he had a date with gravity. In Assassin's Creed Revelations, there's a mission where Ezio dresses up as a minstrel / bard, and if you press a button, he'll actually sing some lyrics of a song, and that's one of the lyrics that he sings. And the other one is, young Cesare, I heard him say, could not be killed by man, so I tossed him through the air to see where he might land. And that's another one that he sings. Harbinger, oh shut up Barnabas. Yeah. It's so funny, once you know and recognize a voice actor, you can then just pick them out across multiple roles. And for those wondering, Andreas Abergus is the actor who plays Cesare, but he also plays in Assassin's Creed 2, Francesco de Pazzi, Cecco Orsi, in Brotherhood, Cesare Borgia, Revelations, Byzantine Guards, Assassin's Creed 3, Israel Putnam, Assassin's Creed Liberation, the Erudito hacker, Black Flag, Abstergo Entertainment employee, Rogue, Otso Berg, Syndicate, Otso Berg, Origins, Viridoxis, Polymestor, Medon, and enemy soldiers. And in Odyssey, he voices Barnabas, Otso Berg, and Okitos the Great as well. And if you're a fan of Deus Ex Human Revolution, you might know him as Francis Pritchard in that game. But he's got a definite way of speaking, you know. No man can murder me. There's sort of like a way that the best way to tell when Andreas has voiced a character is if that character is angry. Then you'll be able to go, ah, that's the same person who voiced this other character. Hippie, let's go. That's true, we're on the home stretch now. Almost finished Brotherhood. Afro, hardest mission in Brotherhood coming up. The church, you struggled so hard with it. Oh, it really is, especially when you have to fight 5,000 enemies in one spot before the game lets you progress. And if you die, you have to actually start back at the start of that last memory where Ezio is fighting Cesare. I'm just kidding. That doesn't actually happen. Could you imagine if it did, though? Welcome back, Hippie. You've never been to this part of the game. Did we kill Cesare? Absolutely. Cesare earlier was talking about how he won't die by the hand of man, and that no man can murder him. So Ezio puts that to the test by leaving him in the hands of fate. So he drops him off the side of the building. And then he falls to his death and dies. Zalcat, they only had to hire one guy to do all the voices. Yeah, that's true. But he's a good actor, though. Like, he does a lot of different roles across different things. There was a game that he was in that I didn't know at the time that he was in. Splinter Cell Chaos Theory. He's actually a character in that game. And that game came out in 2005, so I well and truly played that game back when that came out. And at that point in time, I wasn't 100% as keen-eared for voice actors' voices in games until much later. So back in 2005, I would have not been really paying too much notice. Aside from big characters like Sam Fisher himself, I knew was Michael Ironside and all that type of stuff. But just characters that, you know, you come across in a game that you just think nothing of it until you've heard them in another game, and then you replay that game that you heard them in without knowing, and then you're like, hang on, I actually know this this actor.
Hey, maybe it has something to do with this.
Symbol matches the one on the door to the vault.
1419, 1420, 1421. What if they aren't dates?
1419, 1420. Oh my god.
What?
God!
Tell us already!
I am! The Tetragrammaton, the 72 names of God. You see? They're all contained within 3 verses, Exodus 19 through 21. And get this, you'll like this, if you arrange the 4 Hebrew letters in God's name within an equilateral triangle, their numerical values add up to the same number. 72.
Are you absolutely sure about this?
That's kind of why I'm saying it out loud, Rebecca, yeah, but I haven't got to the kicker yet. Construction on the Colosseum began in the year 72.
I think we have our password.
Sean, go get the van.
Deja vu.
I bet.
Let's go.
Whoa, what about us, eh? You might actually need a historian down there.
Sean's right. That tunnel should lead under Capitoline Hill. I'll help them find another entrance. Be careful, Desmond.
I'll drive.
Ah, yeah, nice try. I've seen your car.
When you realize that later on in the timeline, Rebecca and Sean actually get married, you can just imagine the kind of conversations that they'd have when they're on their own, being a married couple. But that's a fair way from this point in the series. In this point, the year is still 2012, and Rebecca and Sean don't get married until around like 2019, 2020.
Lucy, I'm making my way toward the entrance.
Okay, good.
If you see any gladiators, my advice would be leg it.
I'll keep that in mind.
So when Sean says that about the gladiators, it makes me think of Tomb Raider Chronicles. In that Tomb Raider game, which came out 23 years ago in 2000, Lara actually visits the Colosseum and she goes through these areas in the Colosseum, and she actually literally comes across gladiators who somehow have managed to survive up until present day.
I can't believe I'm actually gonna hold the apple.
It's been a long time coming. You've earned it.
I wonder if it'll change things. Whether it can tip the scales in our favor.
I'm sure it will. It has to.
What do you think we'll find?
Hopefully a map to the Templars.
The apple's just gonna give it to us, is it? Yeah? Or was that Elvis over there?
Hey, maybe this time we'll be lucky.
Of course we can't get back up there from that way. Here we go. This will get us back on track. Oops.
There's so much construction. This place is like a maze.
The Hypergeum housed the cages of the gladiators and the machines which raised them to the surface. The whole area you're in right now was originally covered by the arena.
Good to know.
By the arena.
Something's bothering me. Today's date is October 10th.
So?
Guess how many days there are until the Templar satellite launch?
I have a feeling I know the answer. 72.
Why is today so important? We're just picking up the apple and leaving.
It's the door code. Someone wants to make sure we get it right.
Yeah, I guess.
Which is true, because Juno, who we haven't actually met yet, if you're playing this game series in like order, Desmond hasn't met Juno yet, but in Assassin's Creed 2 at the end of the game, Minerva actually mentions Juno, and also Jupiter as well. But every single thing that Desmond is doing, and every single thing that other characters are doing, the Isu who lived 70,000 years or more before Desmond was even born, they ran simulations using their technology to try and figure out what could potentially be the best path to take to make sure that a certain outcome would happen in the future. And Juno, part of her plan is to make sure that Desmond finds what he needs to find in order to make sure that he ends up at her temple where she's imprisoned to free her from it. So all this has been, you know, pre-planned and everything like that, and sort of like plotted for so long. But it's kind of tricky because when the Isu run simulations, they're running multiple simulations, thousands upon thousands, maybe millions of simulations across various different variables and all that kind of stuff to try and see what the best path would be. But it doesn't mean that all those paths that they simulate actually do come true. They're not actually seeing into the future and seeing the actual one path that everything's going to follow. They're basically trying to see if they can find the best path, and then once they've actually figured that out, hopefully following it to a T will make certain things happen. So everything is actually literally happening for a reason in this game series in present day. And the satellites that Abstergo are using, the reason they want the Piece of Eden is because they want to connect it to their satellites. So if you can imagine what someone can do with the Piece of Eden by controlling one or a group of people in front of them, imagine what they could do if that power was harnessed by satellites all around the world and concentrated around the world to control every single human being on the planet. That's what Abstergo wants to do with the Piece of Eden. That's why they're actually after it. Yeah, exactly, Hippie. Yeah, had additional lore apart from Eastern manipulation. And the thing about the series is there are people who absolutely hate the present day. And that's fine. You know, I definitely don't feel like people should love the present day, and if they don't, then they can piss off. You know what I mean? I don't think that way. There is a way, though, to please both camps. Those who actually do like the present day and those who don't. Granted, in the majority of the games, pretty much almost all the games, present day is not 100% optional. And what I mean by that is the game will actually have you do present day stuff before you can go back into the Animus. But in this game, for example, once Ezio goes into the once Desmond goes into the Animus, you can decide if you want to jump out and speak to the characters. If you don't care for the characters, then you don't have to do it. But the game will actually obviously take you out of the Animus when the story demands it and all that type of stuff. The way that I've always felt about present day is I think it's an important part of Assassin's Creed franchise overall, but it's understandable if people only like the part of the games where it's in the past and you're playing as a different character. But the present day story of Assassin's Creed was also related to what was happening in the past. You know what I mean? So it all sort of like tied together. And something I think that they could have done to please both camps is basically make the present day completely optional. Like right at the start of the game, ask the player, do you want to experience the present day story of this game? If you choose yes, then it jumps you right into the first present day segment of the story, and then for the rest of the game, you'll also be doing the present day stuff. But if you don't like the present day stuff, at the start of the game when it asks you, do you want to play the present day story of this game? If you choose no, then the whole game is just back in the past when you're playing as a different character. The tricky thing with that is that when you're coming up with the story for present day, you would need to make sure that those who do play present day aren't faced with a present day story that feels chopped up to pieces. Like, you don't want to have a present day story where the player chooses it and it's like, why is the present day character all of a sudden doing this in a completely different thing? Because in some of the games, when you actually look at the structure of present day versus the past, I imagine if you were to take the scene in the past where it ends and segues into the present, and then take the part where it goes back to the past and splice them together, there'd probably be a jarring effect where the past character would jarringly be positioned in one spot, and then in the next spot they'd be in a completely different thing. You know, so there are some things that are basically tied into the present day in terms of how it's structured and presented. So that would probably be a difficult thing if you want to separate the present day completely from the past. But in any case, I think that's something that they could have done. But according to what they're talking about with Infinity, they're actually doing something like that anyway. I don't know if it's going to actually be how it is, but a lot of people are saying that in Infinity, you'll be playing as a Abstergo employee in present day, and when you buy a new game in the series, that game will be in the Infinity Hub, and from the present day character's perspective, it'll just be another set of memories that they have to explore. You know what I mean? So I think that's what they're going to go with the present day. But the problem is they have also said in interviews that they're also going to be having some present day stuff in the games moving forward. So I don't know exactly what Infinity's going to have, but if they can do it right, then maybe that will actually work. Have the present day story completely optional, but make it that in the present day you're playing as an Abstergo employee, and if you don't like the present day, it's just a simple fact of selecting the game and then jumping into it. Whereas if you do like the present day, maybe they're going to make it that you can explore the offices where you are at Abstergo and you know, speak to people that are there, and there might be some bonus, like there might be some side missions that you can do in the present day that if you don't want to do it, then it's completely optional. Like, I could just imagine you load up the game, you load up the Infinity Hub, it shows you your character sitting at the terminal, but it cuts to a first-person view of what's actually on the screen. And then if you want to actually explore the present day, you would actually choose the option for the character to get up out of the chair, and then that'll allow you to move around. But if you just wanted to jump straight into whatever, you know, quote-unquote memory you wanted, then you just look at the screen and you go, right, I feel like doing the Assassin's Creed Hexa, and then you do that, and then your next streaming session, like your next play session, might be like, I feel like doing the Assassin Code Red memories, and then you have your present day character selected, and then you jump into it. I think that's what they're going for. They may not, but if they do, then I could see them maybe doing something like that. Yeah, but yeah, that could work. Yeah, you know, and I feel like what they could have done too is turned the present day story into not only something that was optional, but make it that it's kind of like a mini Splinter Cell game where you have the present day protagonist going around,
back on familiar ground,
going on missions, infiltrating areas where the Templars are, finding out intel. So there's actually a story separate from the past that's actually happening. You could literally just have it that when you open up the game menu, if you want to experience the present day story, which is a completely separate story to the past, you just select that and then play it all out. And then if you didn't want to, then you just play the whole past.
We commit to this space the epilogue of our ending. Let it be found by he who is deemed worthy. Let it guide him. Let it shape his path forward. Let it save the world we leave behind.
Who are you?
What's going on, Desmond?
Nothing.
So there we go, Ezio has seen Juno for the first time, and back when this game came out, that was the first time that players actually saw her as well. She was mentioned in Assassin's Creed 2 but never shown, and in this game she was shown, just there, just now. And Nadia Verrucci plays Juno, and this was the first appearance of Juno, so this is the very first time Nadia actually voiced the character. But this wasn't the first Assassin's Creed game that Nadia actually voiced a character in, though. I do believe the first one was Assassin's Creed 2, but as a completely different character. Yeah, so in Assassin's Creed 2 she played Sister Theodora, the delivery nurse at the start of the game when Ezio is born. Beatrice, I don't know which character that is. But yeah, she voiced those characters in Assassin's Creed 2. So Assassin's Creed 2 was Nadia's first Assassin's Creed game, and then in Brotherhood, was her first time voicing Juno, and she's voiced Juno in Brotherhood, in Revelations, in Assassin's Creed 3, Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. She did do voice work for Assassin's Creed Unity, but apparently, according to the IMDb, those scenes were deleted. She's in Rogue as Juno, and in Assassin's Creed Syndicate as Juno. And then the next time that she would be in an Assassin's Creed game as Juno would be Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Interestingly enough, they don't actually have her credited for Assassin's Creed Odyssey, but she actually is in it, so they need to update her IMDb. But the thing about her appearing in Odyssey is that, timeline-wise, her appearance in that is centuries before Desmond sees her right here. Now what Ubisoft decided to do in their stupidity is Juno, spoiler alert, is actually a villain. And when we get to Assassin's Creed 3, that's when it gets revealed to the player that she actually is a villain. And she wanted Desmond to sacrifice himself because it allows her to be freed. Not fully, because she still needs to find a physical body again. Because you know, she's just basically a consciousness going through the internet and everything like that. Her goal is to actually get a physical body again, so she can start to, you know, rule over the humans again. Because she believes that humans need to be slaves again to the Isu. So she gets revealed to be a villain. So you would expect that we eventually in the games get to kill her, right? Right? Nope. So picture this. You've played Assassin's Creed 3. Juno is revealed to be the villain. And then you're like, I bet you we'll eventually get to fight her. Then Assassin's Creed Black Flag comes through and she appears and you're like, okay, so Juno's in this. Okay, maybe we'll get to kill her in the next game. Assassin's Creed Unity comes out, no Juno. You know, Assassin's Creed Rogue, she's in it. It's like, maybe we'll eventually get to fight her. And then Syndicate comes out in 2015 and she's in it. And then people are like, oh cool, I wonder when we'll fight her. Fast forward from Syndicate to Assassin's Creed Origins, and that came out in 2017, and there's no Juno in the game at all. So someone who's just playing the game is like, okay, maybe Juno's not in this game. Maybe she'll be in the next one. Assassin's Creed Odyssey comes along. Oh, Juno is in this game. Oh, that's right, she's only in the Fate of Atlantis DLC, and that event that we see her in is set centuries before Layla is even born, or Desmond and everything like that. So surely we'll get to fight her in a game. In the meantime, what Ubisoft decided to do was actually kill her off in a comic book. And many fans didn't actually know that comic book existed, because not every single Assassin's Creed fan on the entire planet reads comic books, you know, in general, let alone Assassin's Creed ones. So they would have just gone on, and I was one of them, just gone on thinking, oh yeah, maybe we'll fight Juno in a future game. And it wasn't until I think 2019 or something when I found out that nope, it all happens in a comic book. Yeah, hippie, yeah. So that's how she gets dealt with in a comic book. We don't get to play as a character fighting her or defeating her or anything like that. It all happens in a comic book. The only thing that I like about what happens is what happens in the comic book. So Desmond actually had a son, but at this point in the story, he doesn't actually know that he has a son. When he was a teenager, he ran away from his parents, who are assassins. He ran away from their compound, and he actually became a bartender. And when he became a bartender, at some point, we don't see in the game, and it's not revealed until the comic book, but at some point Desmond had a one-night stand with someone, and she fell pregnant, and of course the events in the games happen, and Desmond eventually dies, and so he dies not knowing that he actually has a son. But he does have a son. In Black Flag, there's a character called a sage, and Juno's husband is actually reborn throughout the centuries. Guess which body he gets reborn into? He gets reborn into Desmond's son's body. And then what happens is Desmond's son, who isn't like, like an adult, he actually eventually kills Juno. So I find it quite poetic that Juno is killed by a human who has her husband's consciousness reborn inside of them, So that's the only part of that whole thing that I actually think is really cool. The idea that Desmond has a son, and that son also has Aita's consciousness inside him, and he kills Juno. Yeah. So I like that idea, but I still think it would have been cool to do it in a game. You know what I mean? Like if Desmond had a son and there was like a game where you played as his son and it was basically the events in the comic book and also some other stuff, that would have been an interesting sort of thing to do. Salcat, you only have one AC comic book. You got it on sale. Oh, did you? So what one is it, Salcat? Yeah, Afro. Yeah, so Desmond had a son that he didn't know about. And that son goes on to actually kill Juno. Yes, Salcat. So Juno was killed by the son of a bartender. Yeah, see, Desmond, when he was growing up, his parents were telling him about the Assassins versus Templars and how important it is that, he doesn't drop his guard and all that type of stuff. But for Desmond growing up, the Templars were like a fantasy, just a myth. He didn't really take it seriously. So when he was able to, he actually ran off and ran away. And in the meantime, Abstergo was actually looking for him. So Desmond runs off, and eventually he gets a job as a bartender. And then, fast forward, Abstergo actually captures him and then brings him to the facility that we actually see him in the first Assassin's Creed game. He did have some training when he was younger as an assassin, but not to the level that he would have had if he actually stayed with them. So yeah, that's why he was a bartender. And then the whole idea of him using the Animus in Assassin's Creed 1, the bleeding effect allows him to actually unlock his eagle vision. And then in Assassin's Creed 2, his experiences in the Animus and the bleeding effect allow him to take on the skills of Ezio, So that was the idea of the present day in the Desmond saga, was to actually train Desmond by using the bleeding effect of the Animus to increase how quickly he would learn how to be an assassin in the way that Altair and Ezio and that became an assassin. So that's a whole lot of information with so many different moving parts, and I do not expect everyone to actually still remember what I even said at the start of this whole thing, but but yeah, there's so many aspects to the storyline in present day alone as well that is also covered in comic books and stuff. Annie needs to have a talk with whoever runs Ubisoft. They need to compensate for this by making an Assassin's Creed Arnie trilogy. Could you imagine if Arnie actually played a main character in the Assassin's Creed series? I wouldn't need to do any impressions of any quotes from him. So, okay, not sure which comic it is. You still need to read it, but it looks like it's in the Middle East somewhere. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm not a comic book reader. I don't hate people who are or think they're stupid, and I don't hate the comic book medium. It's just it's not a medium of entertainment that I'm drawn to. But if you're going to have a main villain be set up and shown in a few games, and you want them to be the main villain that gets taken care of, don't just finish off their story in a comic book.
In the beginning, we set our truths to parchment, to stone, to the memory of men. These proved impermanent things, cleansed by fire, cleansed by famine, cleansed by flood. All the world is innocent once more, innocent and ignorant.
So the great thing about Juno later on being revealed to be a villain is that the dialogue that she actually says in this game has a lot of hints to how she feels about humans. You know, humans to her are a tool, a slave race, just like they were to many other Isu, but there were some Isu who didn't think of humans that way. But the whole reason why Juno actually wants to be freed is so that she can take over and put all the humans as slaves again, except for those who are actually her followers. There's actually a group called the Instruments of the First Will, and they're basically a cult that actually worships Juno. So those humans will be spared and won't be turned into, you know, won't be turned into slaves. But the rest of humanity who aren't members of the Instruments of the First Will, Juno wants to actually control and everything like that. Hey there, Lytus. Thank you for redeeming the Bane impression.
Ah, so the bloody Animus, his bleeding effect got him to be less annoying. And Assassin's Creed 3 was a pain in the ass. But this is one of your top favorite games in the series. Also, Rod, have you seen Batman? I need to break his back. Oh, I will go conquer Ubisoft. They suck ass. Thank you, Rod.
Well, I don't agree with what you're saying about AC3 and everything. Thank you so much for redeeming the redemption, though, Lytus. I hope things have been going well. How's things, dude? Salcat, a comic book nobody even knows is out there. Yeah, I know, right? It's like, if you're gonna do that, like, at least have a, I don't know, like, a trailer announcing it or something? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, it's a very important, it's like a very important key thing. Now let's forget to use an analogy, let's forget for a moment that Thanos is actually based on a character from a comic book. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, that all the movies that led up to the movie Avengers Endgame, imagine if instead of getting that final part of the story where Thanos actually gets dealt with in the movies, imagine if they were like, let's finish him off in a comic book, but you don't tell people who are fans of the movie that you've done a comic book where that happens. And so the fans of the movies are like, how come these other movies now don't even have him in it? You know what I mean? I know that it's actually not the case, but I just wanted to use that analogy with something that, even though it is actually obviously based on a comic book, I just wanted to use an analogy where there's a big build-up for a character. But imagine if that final part of that build-up was denied from you because you didn't actually follow another medium separate to the one that had been building up that character. So that's Juno. All the games build her up as a villain, but then she's finished off in a comic book.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's okay, Salcat. That's absolutely no worries at all. Lytus, you're dead. You're good, brother. Thank you. That's so cool. I'm glad that you enjoyed that, Lytus. I'm glad to hear that you're going good. That's awesome, dude. Hippie, you wish they'd still number their games, but you get it, the timelines are not in chronological order. Yeah, you know, like, because you have Assassin's Creed 2, and then because Ezio was so popular, for some reason they decided to just do, you know, a different title. And then they finished his trilogy, and then their thinking was, we'll do Assassin's Creed 3 now, because it's a different character, a different time period. So we get AC3. And then they do AC4, Black Flag, yet the present day in that, even though yet the past story actually takes place before Connor's time, yet the present day story takes place after the present day story in Assassin's Creed 3. So it kind of is a bit weird that they did Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag as that for the title. That's why sometimes you'll just see me say Black Flag, or you'll see me type it out as just Assassin's Creed Black Flag. I drop the 4 a lot of the time. So, okay, everyone would be like, what happened with Thanos in the ending of the trilogy? And 10 years later, they would respond by saying, what do you mean? We released a comic book. Exactly. It's like, come on. You know? Like, what the hell are you doing? It's just these decisions that get made. Like, first of all, it's like, who was the one that suggested that be the case, you know? And then, who was the one that ultimately green-lit it and said, yep, we want to do this, you know what I mean?
I'm coming.
Took you long enough.
What is this place?
Santa Maria Araqueli. See those columns along the aisles? They're lifted from Roman ruins. Now, supposedly, this church was built on top of the ancient temple of Juno.
I like the ceiling.
Do you? You like the ceiling? Oh, you are a fascinating traveling companion.
So this location is actually where Ezio goes, not only when he actually puts the piece of Eden into its spot, but the challenge tomb at the Colosseum is actually this area here. And we're now going to see eventually where Ezio went to put the piece of Eden, and then Desmond's going to have to interact with it. Oh, I'm not actually sure on that Salcat. Yeah, I don't know if it's the same people that did that writing for the comics. Might be a separate sort of like set of writing staff, I think.
Where to now?
There's something up there.
Oh, well, we'll just stay down here then, shall we? Just pray or something.
Sorry to pause it for a second. So keep in mind when hearing this Juno dialogue, because she will be speaking, keep in mind that she's actually a villain. She doesn't get revealed to be one in this game, but if you listen to her dialogue in this game, knowing that she eventually gets revealed as one, I find it still really fits her being a villain and her not liking humanity.
We did not build them to be wise, and now they are our final, vaulted hope. You are they. You possess the potential for understanding, but you broke our tools, or turned them against one another. We have destroyed what we could, sealed away what we could not.
Something's open!
Most, not all. And it does not take many to unwind the world. Here is a safe place, eternal, to store objects, words, wisdom, but not life. Almost did we have the means. But time erodes us. We can distract him, we can see past him, feint left when he strikes right. But his reach is so very long, his stamina unending. We cannot evade his grasp, not forever.
Hippie, you would imagine the people contributing to the stories change as time goes by, and they intend to expand so much they get to make even more money. All we needed was Arthur to antagonize Juno. Now that would be funny, actually. Taking some sound clips from Arthur from that game, and then just having them, like, have Desmond sort of like, you know, just stand in front of Juno.
Here goes.
Hello. That wasn't in the blueprints.
Desmond, get down here!
On my way.
What I'm about to showcase doesn't mean that Desmond has superpowers or anything, but when playing as Desmond, when you can actually run around as him, he doesn't take any fall damage. Yeah, Hippie. That's actually also a dig that I'm having at Assassin's Creed Odyssey, where the main character gets to a point where they can jump from any height and not take any damage at all. And there's nothing in the game that actually explains how the spear that Cassandra is possessing, nor any DNA that she has that makes her with higher concentrations of Isu DNA than most people. There's nothing that explains why she can jump from the top of a skyscraper, for example, and then land on the ground and then just keep walking like nothing happened. In fact, the only thing that the game points out in regards to the spear is that when Cassandra is using it in battle, she can actually anticipate her opponent's move before they make it. Nowhere in the game does the character find out that the spear can make her teleport from one enemy to the next and assassinate them and jump to the next one. You know what I mean? So I'll always think of it as just a gameplay thing, not an actual in-universe thing.
Whatever this is, it doesn't do anything. It's a dead end.
Hippie, of course he doesn't take fall damage. The Matrix doesn't desync him. Exactly, Hippie, you know. And aside from that, I think it would have been pointless to make Desmond die, only to just restart things. So that's also a reason why they would have done it. Afro, you hate this sequence. This sequence, with the jumping, when you first play it too, it can be kind of tricky to know exactly which side of each part you need to jump onto. So, okay, right before the impact with the ground, Cassandra rolls to lessen the impact. Oh yeah, like she literally jumps from a height that would kill you, and just basically lands and then rolls and then gets right back up and then know. But yeah, that's the problem with Odyssey. They want the game to be part of the lore of the series, while at the same time doing something different that is more fantasy based, yet at the same time they're not willing to make sure that the both are actually married together properly.
I'm not so sure.
What's going on?
If you want to kill us, mate, you're going to have to try a little harder than that.
We're here.
Now for that password. If Sean's right, that is.
I'm always right.
About that dead end.
That never happened. I was misquoted.
That's one of my favorite lines from Sean in this series. Another one is when he refers to himself as Sean Danger Hastings in Assassin's Creed Syndicate. So, okay, Odyssey isn't like any other games in the series. It's like an AC hybrid game. Yeah, it well and truly is Ubisoft going, how can we turn one of our own franchises that's not something like Witcher 3 and actually make it Witcher 3? Okay, let's just copy Witcher 3. Now granted, Origins is obviously an RPG, but it's not as in-depth as something as Witcher 3, nor is it as in-depth as something like Odyssey. So I always like to think of Origins as a RPG light Assassin's Creed game, whereas Odyssey is a full-blown RPG Assassin's Creed game. Afro, why isn't in real life history stuff this cool? Could you imagine? Just go to a place and press a button and this pedestal appears and you're like, shit, what does this do? And then you press it and then it opens up this vault that no one in recorded history ever actually knows, and the last time someone visited it, it was 55 billion years ago, you know. I am Demented Army, yeah. Almost finished the game. Afro Echoes of Roman Ruins, banger soundtrack. Oh yeah. Yeah, some awesome music in the present day parts as well. As Ezio, when we actually did the tomb here, Ezio went through this door. And I pointed out how this is, you know, statues of Juno back then, but here's also what they look like from Desmond's perspective.
Do you think it speaks English?
Just say it.
Okay. 72.
After you, I think.
Coming up next is some more parts where Juno speaks. And at this point in the series, it wasn't revealed that she was a villain until Assassin's Creed 3. So keeping that in mind, that she actually is a villain and that she doesn't have good intentions for what she wants Desmond to do so that she can, you know, use what he does to basically enslave humanity again. Or that's her goal. So as she says this stuff that we're about to hear, keep that in mind, because there's a lot of dialogue in this which are basically clues that who knows if when this game came out they actually were going to do Juno as a villain in Assassin's Creed 3. But in any case, retrospectively looking back, knowing that she gets revealed to be a villain in Assassin's Creed 3, replaying this game, it really adds a different perspective on what Juno is actually saying in this section.
You guys have to see this.
This is amazing.
Wow.
I'm actually impressed.
The apple seems to be in the center.
Time to find out where those temples are.
Hey, Desmond, those beams poking out the walls are like switches. If you hit all of them, you might get some power to the central platform.
Or you might cause this room to turn into an alien spaceship and fly away. Think about it.
100 years I might speak, and still you would not know us. You with 5 senses, us with 6. The one we kept from you, to be safe. Now you can never know, only try, grasp. You can see, smell, taste, touch, hear. Knowledge has been locked away. After, when the world became undone, we tried to pass it through, tried to join you to us. You feel emotion, you hear the words, you do not know. We should have left you as you were. It is hard to stay contained, knowing as we do. We wait for you, Desmond. You will come here. You will activate it. You will know only when it is too late.
Did you hear any of that?
Any of what?
Did it.
I can't believe we're finally here.
So where are the temples?
You want me to ask it?
Or think it or something. Sure you asked it the right thing?
I know this. I know that symbol. That's a Phrygian cap. It stands for freedom, and that's a Masonic eye. Now those two come together in only one place.
What's happening? I can't move.
Your DNA communes with the apple. You have activated it.
Let me go!
On the 72nd day before the moment of awakening, you, birthed from our loins and the loins of our enemies, the end and the beginning, who we abhor and honor. The final journey commences. There is one who would accompany you through the gate. She lies not within our sight. The cross darkens the horizon.
What are you doing?
The path must be opened. You cannot escape your part in this. The scales shall be balanced.
Stop! Please!
You know very little. We must guide you.
It has to be done, Desmond. She's a traitor.
Cease your struggle.
No!
It is done. The way lies all before you. Only she remains to be found. Awaken the 6th. Go, alone!
Good riddance to Templar rubbish.
He's gone into shock. Put him back in the machine. It's the only way to fix this.
But the Animus did this to him.
Am I the expert or not? Do it.
No.
Afro, 72, 72 in Italian. Is that what it is? Is it cool? 72. So okay, that guy fell off the stairs, lol. Yeah, I wasn't actually expecting that. I thought for dramatic effect I would move the camera so it was actually in front of Desmond as I made him walk up to the pedestal. But then Sean like drops off and then he climbs back up. And I think Rebecca almost fell off as well. Afro, Lucy is a traitor. Sure, but why have us kill her? Why kill her though? Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've played the Lost Archives DLC, Afro. If you have, I'm going to go over stuff just now about it anyway, so apologies if you've already actually played it through, Afro, but I just want to cover that because it ties into why Lucy became a traitor and why we had to kill her. So before Desmond was captured by Abstergo, there was another subject that they were trying to find pieces of Eden using, and his name was Clay Kazmarek, but Abstergo called him Subject 16. And he was supposed to be helped by Lucy to actually escape Abstergo once he had actually investigated the Animus more, because the assassins didn't know that the Animus was even a thing that existed before they found out about the Animus project, right? So they sent Lucy in ahead of Clay. She was supposed to be an assassin who infiltrated the Templars. They tried to erase all her background and everything like that of being an assassin, but obviously Abstergo, being who they are, were able to still figure out that she was actually an assassin. So what they did was they sent a group of Templars one night to essentially abuse physically Lucy. But then Warren Vidic came in and basically told them to stand down and basically acted like a white knight, saving Lucy from those. And that was their tactic to actually manipulate Lucy and make her feel like she was safe with Warren Vidic and the Templars, right? But the thing was, Warren Vidic knew ahead of time that that team was going to go into the room or wherever it was and actually, you know, do that to Lucy. So he knew that's what was going to happen. So he made sure that he turned up to stop them from completely going through with what they were, you know, planning to go through with. And so he also said to Lucy things like, you know, how come the assassins haven't actually rescued you, or how come they haven't even attempted to communicate with you to actually, you know, make a plan of escaping or whatnot. So essentially Lucy was manipulated and seduced into becoming a Templar. So fast forward to this game, and Desmond is being forced by Juno through the Apple of Eden that he's holding, to actually kill Lucy, because Lucy is one of those elements that needs to be taken care of so that Desmond will eventually find Juno's temple and release her from captivity. So Lucy gets killed, and Desmond doesn't know why. No one else knows why either. Sean and Rebecca have no idea why. Desmond's father, William, has no idea why. But the Lost Archives DLC, we find out through flashback that Warren Vidic gave Lucy orders that she was to help Desmond escape from the help him escape from the facility in Assassin's Creed 1, and once she found out where the apple was, her mission was to actually kill them, i.e. Desmond, Sean and Rebecca, kill them and then take the apple with her and then take it back. Now in Assassin's Creed 3, Desmond does actually say that he saw in a vision that Lucy killed them and then took the apple back to Abstergo. They connected it to their satellites, but the satellites didn't work, right? Now you might say, well, if the satellites didn't work, then shouldn't Lucy be not killed because it doesn't work anyway? But the whole point is she is a Templar and she would have killed them to get the apple. Whether or not the fact that it works is not the issue. The fact is simply that, you know, she became a Templar, and through killing Desmond and killing Rebecca and killing Sean, if she were to be able to go through with it, she would basically be, you know, a villain. She'd basically be, you know, doing things for the enemy of the assassins, you know. But yeah, that's a bit of background that wasn't known to players when this game came out, because it wasn't until Assassin's Creed 3 came out where... Oh, sorry, it wasn't until Assassin's Creed Revelations came out. But the thing about it is, the DLC, The Lost Archive, not many people might actually even want to play it because it's extra, you know, content. But if you do, if you've never played it before, and you don't mind first-person games where you just basically, you know, do a bit of like platforming and that kind of stuff, you actually get a lot of information about Subject 16, what he went through, and all that kind of stuff. What happened with Lucy and being told to actually go and kill, you know, make sure that she kills, once they find the apple, make sure she kills them and then takes it back to Abstergo. All that's covered in the Lost Archives DLC. I won't be doing that as part of my next playthrough of Revelations, but in my annual series playthrough, when I get to Revelations again, that's when I'll actually do it. Yeah, Harbinger, that's right. It's like, die, Lucy, die. And yeah, so this was a big shock. Like when I first played this game in 2010, it was like, holy shit, was not expecting that. Hippie, you want Juno to shoot at lasers, blow her head off. Lasers. So aside from what we heard, Hippie, with the dialogue, there's no actual like cutscene or anything like that which happens after you get to the end of the credits. Oh yeah, it's absolutely amazing music. Yeah, so good. And Zero, thank you so much for redeeming the Assassin's Creed character quote. Okay, so here is an exchange in Assassin's Creed Revelations between Duccio and Ezio. So I'm going to do two different voices. I'm going to do one voice for Duccio. I'm going to do my own voice speaking like this for Sophia and Ezio. Mia cara, the strings of fate have drawn us together. Two Italiani, lost and alone in the Orient. Do you feel the magnetismo? I feel many things, Messere. Nausea above all. Is this man bothering you, Sophia? Excuse me, Messere, but the lady and I are Il Diavolo in persona. Stay back. Duccio, a pleasure. Run, buona donna. Run for your life. There we go. So that's an exchange that happens in Assassin's Creed Revelations between Ezio, Sophia, and Duccio. And Duccio is a character that was first introduced in Assassin's Creed 2, and he was going to marry Claudia, Ezio's sister. But Ezio discovered that he really was cheating on Claudia, and so punched him. If you don't do the Da Vinci Disappearance DLC in this game, you might think that he only appears in Assassin's Creed 2 and Revelations, but he actually is in Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. It's just that you actually have to play the Da Vinci Disappearance DLC in Brotherhood, and he's actually involved in the story. So he's like a running punching gag that's actually in the series. So thanks for redeeming that, Zereth. I appreciate it. Thanks for understanding, Hippie, about taking time. Yeah, I was sort of like, oh, this music is so good. Afro Hype Revelations intro, let's go, you can't wait. Me neither, actually. It's another game in the series that I always look forward to replaying, that's for sure. I will be taking a break, so it won't be literally jumping from this into the next one, but I will take a break and then come back with Revelations. It won't be a long break, I'm not going to take like an hour or something, but I do need to take a break though. It is a great theme, Hippie. It really is. You know, Jesper Kid's work on the series, you know, to this day, you know, all the things that he's worked on is just great. Yeah, Afro, dub his masterpiece. Here we come. Yeah, I think it was cool too that he actually wrote the story for Assassin's Creed Bloodlines, which was the PlayStation Portable Assassin's Creed. I will be playing that as part of my annual series, because I played it for the first time last year and I actually thought it wasn't that bad. Like, it was actually a pretty good game. And I never had a PlayStation Portable, so I'd never actually played it. But I knew what the events in the story were because they're covered in the Secret Crusade novel, which adapts Assassin's Creed 1's story. It also adapts the Bloodlines game, and it also adapts the moments in Revelations that we play as Altair. Salcat, Sean had to troll and mess it up. He sure did. It's like, come on Sean, what are you doing? Harbinger, you posted an interesting Tomb Raider glitch on Discord if you're interested. Oh, did you, Harbinger? Oh, that's cool. Thanks for posting that. Afro, who was that? Ezio, un cane. A dog. He was engaged to my sister, but his Katsa was engaged to 6 others. That's also a funny quote in that. Salcat, you're going to go take a nap. That's no worries at all, Salcat. I really hope you have a great rest. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Harbinger, apparently the Paititi in Shadow of the Tomb Raider invented neon lights. Oh, that looks so cool. It almost looks like something you would see in like a sci-fi game as well. What an interesting glitch for that to happen. That looks really cool. So I'm going to go and take a half an hour break. When I come back, I'll be starting my Assassin's Creed Revelations playthrough. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching this stream. If you can't make it to the next one, that's completely fine. Thank you so much for watching this stream. And if you check the past broadcasts, you'll definitely be able to find the stream of Revelations after I've done it. And if you aren't able to make it back, then what will probably happen is, depending on what time it is for you, you'll probably see me streaming Assassin's Creed Revelations again, because on the weekend I do well, obviously the weekend's 2 days, Rod, Jesus Christ. But every weekend I do Assassin's Creed stuff, and when I finish one game, if there's enough time, I usually jump into another Assassin's Creed game. So if you see me streaming Assassin's Creed Revelations at all, it could still be Saturday, or it could be Sunday. Just to cover those bases. Oh, what else? What did I want to do? Oh, that's right. I keep on forgetting, because I'm not actually used to having a YouTube channel where I export streams. I've got to remember to actually keep the URL handy, because I do have it on my channel About Me page, but when it comes to actually ending streams, I need to remember to actually have the link readily available for me to just copy and paste, so I can just quickly do it. But this is my YouTube channel, and at the moment, for now, you'll only find the streams that I've done on Twitch over there. But you never know, at some point in the future I might decide to do different kinds of content for that YouTube channel as well. But there you can find all the streams that I've done so far this year, and some of the VODs on Twitch are starting to disappear, so I don't know off the top of my head which ones are actually disappeared already versus which ones are on the way out. But for those who are solely interested in Assassin's Creed content, if I check the past broadcasts on Twitch here, okay, so yeah, so Assassin's Creed 2 Part 1 on Twitch is almost expiring. It actually says expiring 0 days. My Part 2 of that playthrough for Assassin's Creed 2 is expiring in 2 days. And then the third stream for my Assassin's Creed 2 playthrough that I did still has heaps of days, because I streamed that on the 14th of January. And then I did a Part 1 of Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, which was the 15th of January. And then this current stream now, on the 21st of January. So yeah, the only stream that is almost out of my VOD list on Twitch is the very first stream that I did for my Assassin's Creed 2 playthrough. So if you check back on Twitch and you can't find it, if you go to that YouTube link, you'll actually see it there, because I've already exported it over to that way. Absolutely, Afro. That's no worries at all. See you soon. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching the stream. It's really, really appreciated. Before I go, just want to give some shout outs. So I would definitely like to recommend people check out Dr. Ronnie, Lidus, and Mr. Gote. Dr. Ronnie is actually collaborating with Mauler TTV to actually do a series of like charity streams for a campaign to raise money against MS to find a cure for that. He's actually a scientist in real life, and he's actually working in the field of regenerative medicine, and he's got a strong focus on curing things like Parkinson's as well as MS. He's playing Marvel Spider-Man Remastered. He's also been playing some Assassin's Creed stuff. He's actually also doing a playthrough of Chronicles China, the first in that series of games. There's 3, Chronicles China, India and Russia. Lidus is playing some of retro stuff. He's a big fan of a lot of retro titles. He's a big fan of fighting game franchises, especially Mortal Kombat, but also Street Fighter and Tekken. Also some really, really old school ones like Streets of Rage. He also streams Streets of Rage 4 from time to time as well. And he's also a fan of the Resident Evil series also. And Mr. Gote is playing some Need for Speed Heat. He's also playing games like Ghost Recon, as well as Assassin's Creed. He also is a fan of that. And he'll be doing a playthrough of Outlast 2 on the highest difficulty to get the achievement / trophy for getting through the game on that difficulty. And if you play it on that mode, when you die, you have to start all the way back at the start of the game again, because there's no saving on that mode. So I highly recommend checking out Mauler as well. He's been doing some Grounded, but also collaborating with Dr. Ronnie, doing streams to raise money in the fight to battle MS. So highly recommend checking out Mauler for that, as well as Goose Goose Duck. If you're a player of that game, he actually streams that himself and plays with viewers as well. And he's also playing Assassin's Creed 4 at the moment too. Hey there, Cherry. Welcome. Going good. I'm actually ending the stream. I forgot to move my controller too, that's why the controller turned off. But thank you so much for joining. I'm just about to wrap up and go on and take a break. But I will be back with Assassin's Creed Revelations in about 20 minutes time. But yeah, thank you so much for stopping in, Cherry. I hope things have been going good. Thank you, Cherry. I definitely will. I hope you do as well. Oh, nice. That's excellent, Cherry. That's cool. That's really, really good. I hope that everyone has a great time. That'd be awesome. Might be a bit busy later, but not until 5 PM. That's understandable. Well, that's good.